Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. I hope you're having a wonderful time. You can call me Dragon, and today we'll be going back into Fallout New Vegas and checking out the rest of the Mojave, or maybe the Capital Wasteland, whatever we figure out. Haven't quite decided yet, but I'm sure it's gonna be a pretty good time. Now, how to put this? So first things off today before we start, I think it's worth mentioning, is that I'm testing out some new things with OBS. Because last weekend where I celebrated the 200 followers milestone, yay, I was having some performance issues, and when looking into my CPU usage, it basically told me that OBS was using like 25, if not more, in terms of percentage of my CPU, which obviously was not preferable. Most preferable, it would be using as little CPU as humanly possible. And I looked into what causes there were behind it, and it basically said, and I can show you because it'll say the same, but OBS has these browser page sources in here, and as far as I understand how that works is that each and every one of these is like if you have a browser source for OBS. So that not only goes for stream overlays, say like the what's a good example of this? Nope, no, not that one. We're not there yet. So for instance, on this one where I have the follower goal on the top there, and I also have this activity feed over here, and I don't know if it only like pulls the information once or however it works, but those should be technically speaking browser sources. But anyway, I basically looked at what I had. Actually, I can also show you that as well. It's going to be a little bit confusing, but bear with me. So basically in OBS, I have the restream chat overlay here. And before on the activity feed, I was using Stream Elements activity feed, which is added as a, I wonder if I can see that actually. It's like a custom browser doc, basically. But as it happens, the Stream Elements activity feed took like 10% of my CPU alone, or something like that, if not more, most of the time. So I went on and I grabbed Twitch's activity feed instead, which uses way less. And you can also see that OBS is using around 8 to 10%. Now I did some other changes too, which is what I wanted to actually get to. I've tried changing the bitrate of the stream, so if the quality is now lacking and you would like me to change it, do let me know, because this is a thing that's been changing over the last year, literally speaking. Other things I've changed is that I've changed the common FPS to 48 FPS, which is just my recorded FPS, but then I'm using like some magic behind the scenes to try and make it look like it's still 60 FPS. So in general speaking, the general performance is now hopefully going to be better, but the quality of the stream might be a little bit more blurry, might be a little bit lower FPS. It's a bit, you know, impossible for me to tell without actually doing a live stream. I've tried to do a recording of my, you know, gameplay or whatever using the stream encoder settings and everything, and that looked fine to me. I was playing some Clone Hero stream trying to get some desync issues resolved, which I don't exactly know if I even managed to. But regardless, just so you know, that is kind of what I've been messing with since last week, basically. Other than that, what else has been going on? I've mainly just been waiting around for my bank to get back to me, but only yesterday did I realize that it probably wouldn't happen this week, because it's like a sort of national holiday season now, where we're in spring and we've got all these Christian religion related holidays that are just scattered throughout the entirety of spring. So not really being Christian myself. I used to be. I was baptized and everything, but no longer consider myself Christian. I signed myself out of the what, I don't even know what that is in English, but I basically signed myself out of the Danish church system because it's heavily ingrained into our society, and that's just how it is. And it unfortunately also has an influence on holidays. Well, fortunately for young teenage me who didn't want to go to school all the time. So, you know, kids probably like the holidays for that reason alone. But I mean, doesn't the annoying part is that it's so spread apart, and it happens like, oh, okay, so this, or was it like this Thursday or whatever, then it'll be like a holiday, but then Wednesday and Friday are not. And then Tuesday again would be or something like that. Of course, when it's in the weekends, it's not really something you feel, but during the weekdays, it's like everything just stops working, literally. And you know, it is what it is. That's life. But I think talked enough here. Should we go into some New Vegas? Let's see, where's my overlay? I've started it up. Yes, thank you, MO. Thank you for grabbing my mouse as well. It's very much appreciated. God damn it. You probably couldn't see that, but oh shit, where is it? There it is. You probably couldn't see that, but it basically opened up New Vegas, and then because I insisted on getting control over my mouse again and clicked off screen, the whole game just like shut down. It does not like it when you do that. It does definitely not like it. Now, for part of the reason why I mentioned the whole changes to the stream today is because New Vegas, as far as I've been able to tell, doesn't have any issues on the stream end. It doesn't use enough CPU to actually be a major problem when I'm streaming, at least. Meaning that this game, you probably won't see any of the performance improvements I've made to OBS, like the actual stream side, and might in fact actually see like a downscaling of stream quality. So if that's the case, I would like to know. Anyways, where were we? Because we're in the Mojave still, and last weekend I pretty much just like went around the southern end, and we just cleaned up a lot of different areas. We did a few quests, sort of ending out with how should we say, resolving Boone's initial quest, the sniper dude in Novak. But I mean, we've got so many quests. Not every single quest is like super important to us right now, because some of them are like these. I have a mod that basically allows me to mark the bobbleheads in game as a quest objective, which I don't see any reason not to do that, because if you've already gone through and found them naturally and you just want them for the perk's sake, and you don't, you know, on a stream capacity want to be looking around a lot on secondary monitors and minimizing the game and all that, this is just more fluid in my opinion. Anyways, I was sort of considering if we should return to the Capital Wasteland for a bit, because I want to finish off the Wasteland Survival Guide for once, and we should be able to do that now. Originally, the reason why we didn't complete the Robco facility, it is the Robco facility, right? Shoot. Yes. The reason I didn't do that originally was because it was a little bit too hard due to all the robots there. But I think we're probably ready to go. I do have some excess stuff on me, it looks like I need to get rid of. Boobie-doop. Okay, we've got some weapons and such. So yeah, let's sort out of inventory, take the submarine back to the Capital Wasteland, and then take it from there. I would say anyway. So, do we have miscellaneous items I need to deposit? But yeah, it's just gonna be some Fallout New Vegas today. Yesterday, and actually for the majority of the week, I've been playing Xenoblade Chronicles 2 off stream. And it's not the first time I mentioned that. Because and the reason why is because it's a really big game if you want to 100% it, or at least try and do something to the likes of that. Defining a 100% playthrough is a little bit difficult, but because there are RNG, procedurally generated elements that just never stop. But for all intents and purposes, basically, through like at sometime midway through this week, I finally, after 180 hours, managed to do what I would consider all like a 99% completion rate or something. Meaning that I got all the characters leveled up to max. That happened a long while ago, but then you've got like these secondary characters that act as your companions, and there's a lot of them in Xenoblade Chronicles 2. And they're sort of tied to an in-game based gacha system, where it's gacha based, but obviously, you know, you just acquire the pulls, if you will, through in-game means. In this case, through the shape of core crystals, as they're called, and there are different rarities. There's common, rare, and legendary variants. And the higher the rarity, the better the quality of the blade, as they were called, get produced. Now the thing about this is though that there are different kinds of blades. There are the generic ones, which are the RNG element I mentioned just a moment ago, but then there's also the unique ones, and the unique ones come with, you know, for the most part, like voice lined. Oh shoot, we're not going here, right? They have like a voiced quest line for each and every single one of them, adding to their personality. And I can't remember how many there are of them, but those are the characters that I basically try to completely unlock their full potential with, and that's what's taken me 180 hours. You kind of beat the game at around the 40 to 60 hour mark or so, I think it is, and then, you know, the rest of the time is literally just post-game content, if you will. Of course, you know, your mileage is gonna vary. If you race through the story, you could probably finish it much earlier, but then that just means that you will be spending that time more in the post-game if you are interested in it. And that really is where the bulk of the game is in terms of gameplay. There's also a lot of cutscenes, of course, which is also what adds to the long runtime of the game. So, you know, it is a JRPG after all. But I digress. Point is, it's a pretty massive game, and I finally got to the point where I'm like happy with where I am. And that leads me to the second thing, which is the game has DLC content too. One of them being in the form of a sort of, I don't know what you'll call it. Like it's not really an expansion. It's a standalone game, if you will, but it does seem like really short in comparison to, like content-wise. It's not nearly as much as the main game, of course, but it's a prequel story to the main game, basically, where you get to control characters that appear in the main game in the form of like flashbacks and stuff like that, through characters' background stories and so forth. And that's what I'm enjoying right now. It's a breath of fresh air. It's really good from what I can... Oh shit, have they already started spawning? No. Oh fuck's sake. I'll explain everything. Let's try not to die to this rat spawn. Okay, but yeah, I'm really enjoying it, and it's just nice to be able to play some new Xenoblade Chronicles stuff, which apparently we're getting the third game, Xenoblade Chronicles 3, sometime in, what was it, September, I believe it was. So there's that to look forward to, and I'm almost dead. So, albino rat scorpions, the fucking bane of your existence in Fallout 3. These fuckers, they don't spawn in until like you're somewhere around the end game for normal gameplay terms. Now we are level 24 and normally the max level is 30, which is why these guys are probably starting to spawn in now. And you could see just how many bullets of this light machine gun, which is my highest DPS weapon, it took to take just one of these guys down. And it's like one of the major issues with late game Fallout 3 is that these bastards start spawning all over the place. And this was actually the one that we just fought was a very nerfed version of them, because there are mods out there that reduce their hit point pool literally by cutting it down into like 1/3, I think it is. So that was only 1/3 of the amount of hit point that they normally have. And you can see why that's a bit of an issue when you're playing normal Fallout 3. They're literally the tankiest enemy in the base game. And ironically, they're even tankier than you know, the strongest depth claws you can find in the game, which is absolutely ridiculous. So yeah, you would think that depth claws would be the worst enemies in the base game, but no, it's the albino rat scorpions. Why it is like that, no one fucking knows. At least I don't. I've never heard anyone explain to me why that even is a thing. Because in comparison, like, it's not because they do a lot of damage, but you know, the main issue is that they're just so tanky that you end up using a lot of your ammunition on them. The impacts, of course, can mitigate the damage that you'll be receiving, but the issue is that, I don't know, maybe they were thinking you have way too many bullets at this point. Maybe you're supposed to only use explosives. I really don't know. Because I don't remember how much the damage resistance and threshold they have. But I don't think it's low either, meaning that on top of the fact they just have a massive pool of hit points, they also, you know, don't take a lot of damage. Or at least it's heavily reduced. Ow. In comparison, like if I were to headshot one of these raiders around, you know, I'm still level 24, so you know, these guys are really easy in comparison. Assuming that that actually hits them. Now Toto would say that I should use the rat slayer in this case, which I probably should. Which is funny, this weapon doesn't even exist in Fallout 3, so this is something you only get with TTW. The ability to use Fallout New Vegas weapons in Fallout 3. I mean, it does decent damage, but I mean, this is a small rat scorpion still. Then again, Toto did say that I need to get my luck upgraded. Otherwise, it's not really gonna do much. It is a Warman rifle, essentially, so the baseline damage and everything else associated to it is, you know, that of a Warman rifle. Probably a little bit buffed because it is a unique item. But then it's got this special trait, which is that it's got a increased chance of doing critical hits, which is probably why it's so good. But as you can probably tell, if your luck is pretty low, and I'm talking about your stat, not just actual real life luck, then it's not really that great. But the benefit is that it's kind of able to allows me to get rid of some of my ammo. I think that's another albino rat scorpion. I have a feeling these guys are going to be all over the place. I'm just wanting to get down to the Rockco facility. Oh man. Hopefully we don't end up running out of bullets before we even get there. Because at this rate I basically have to use my light machine gun. I don't even remember how much experience they give, if it's even like that wild. But yeah, see how much damage I'd do to a Jaguar if I were to hit it from this with this weapon. Right, it takes out like what, 20% of its hit points or something, if not more. And for the albino rat scorpion, it was like barely noticeable. So yeah, Jaguar. It's definitely not as strong as a rat scorpion. Obviously the way to get around the rat scorpion issue altogether would be to just not traverse the Fallout 3 wasteland, but I haven't really explored much of it out here. And there is actually a Deathclaw up there too. Well, westbound sewers. I think that's for DLC, which is why it's located on the map. But I thought I would as well get it just so that we have the fast travel point here. Oh yeah, I remember this. We were here on this playthrough before I had to redo everything. That's true. I remember. But I was also remember like looking around and I couldn't find anything. But I think it's because I wasn't looking with the quest marker. What's going on here? Hunter. That's interesting. I don't remember hunters being in the base game. I wonder. I got like a mod that basically expands the selection of enemies that can generate. Strange leather, strange meat. Ah. Got a lot of it too. I wonder what kind of hunters these are. Dude, why do they carry so much of it? But yeah, I think these guys are from that mod that adds... Oh shit. That adds more variety to the enemies. Dude, there's also fucking... What is this? This is like a fucking war zone. There's also sentry bots. Oh, that was a missile. Well, at least I can do damage to robots now. Yeah, why are the army robots here? Is that also just part of the level increase? Gotta be honest, I haven't played much of Fallout 3 in like endgame level. So I don't even remember if I've even been like everywhere in Fallout 3, to be honest. I don't think I ever even started any of the DLC back in the day because I just didn't own it. So there's a lot of possibilities for new experiences there. It's another one of those fucking rad scorpions. Well, don't even know why I'm going closer to it. So southwest, you say? But yeah, there was that random guy who came running towards us who was friendly. My guess is that those hunters were hunting him. That's probably the idea they were going for. But yeah, on top of everything else, there's also the locked levels for all the different areas of the game. And that's also been changed through the Stewie's Tweaks mod. Because normally when you first enter a place, it gets locked into that sort of difficulty at which level you were. And dungeons have a level range that can go anywhere from between, you know, I guess 1 to 30 in the base game. So if you go into certain dungeons, they're just hard locked to a specific level range, maybe because they're like storyline missions or whatever. But some places they have level ranges. So in the vanilla game, depending on when you enter that space, it gets locked to whatever level you were when you first entered it. Meaning that if you go into all the POIs early game before you're like level 30 or something, theoretically, if that's even possible without being level 30. But if you were to just like step your foot inside all of those places, they would all be locked to whatever low level you were at that point, meaning that the only place you could find high level enemies in the future would be in the wasteland or whatever.
Submit.
Are you okay? What the fuck? You say?
What do you need?
Why the what the fuck? What the fuck what? What's on your mind, and welcome. Let's see if she has anything to sell. Okay. What are you up to? I don't know what you're on about. I wasn't hinting at your choice of language, if that's what you mean. You're just confusing me now. Got some stuff here. Not a lot. Probably need some more 5.56 ammo in the future. This is fine.
Give me a shout if you need any.
This dog's kind of just like walking in place. Typical. Wow. What? Random person who helps people that does random stuff, so you need armor. I'm gonna give you a location. I think we're good on that. Also, I just noticed something I have to change real quick from last week's stream, because my chat overlay is a little bit. There we go. The text was just like way too big. But no, I think I'm good. I mean, your username kinda suggests that you play a lot of Fallout. My guess. 1 2 1 2. Definitely on the random side. Oh, I think the days of the bloat flies and what are they even called? Random dogs are kind of like over. Now it's all death claws out biting rant scorpions. Yes, it is Fallout New Vegas. That is correct. This is in fact New Vegas. This is Eddie. Right? Yeah, this is New Vegas. What, it doesn't look like it? We still have some low enemies. There's a mole rat at least. I should really swap the positions of the rat slayer in that one. So battle rifle was on 6, so let's swap those around. Don't know. I've got Mark II Talon combat armor. Also, you probably can't rely on that stuff because it's modded. Trying to remember what I was going for. I think medicine might start to get a little bit more important because stim packs don't really heal all that much at this point. Because if I am basically dead, then it's almost 6 stim packs at the moment. Yeah, because mods probably. What you think is the best probably isn't the best. Let me try and see what we can get, because there's a lot of perks at this stage. I mean, eye for eye would have been cool, but only if rat scorpions didn't basically 2-shot me or 3-shot me. But yeah, I can't remember the name of the mod, but it basically adds some more armor and weapon variety to Fallout 3 in New Vegas. Maybe health drops below to 10% or below. Could help me not getting killed when I'm like really low on health, but I don't know if it's enough. If there's no specific perk that I would like, then I know one thing that I can do. But yeah, I mean, strong back and quick draw would be cool, but not really like helps me through the fights. Toughness could help me in surviving, but don't think that is the main issue at the moment. Demolitions expert could be cool if I was using a lot of explosives, but don't really like the bloody mess perk because of how it changes everything visually. Rapid reload is another quality of life thing. But I mean, the machine gun, the light machine gun anyway, has like 200 bullets in its magazine size now, so I think we're just gonna go for some intense training and get my luck stat up. So my science now beyond level 100, so what does it do? Third 10 points. Increases the damage against robot enemies by 1 and the chance to recover drained cells when you use energy weapons by 1%. A little bit of a typo there. But nah. So this is Tale of Two Wastelands, the mod that combines Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 3 together. Which is why we're in the Capital Wasteland. And then there are additional mods on top of that, which extend gameplay, both in like early game, but also into late game stuff. There are some visual enhancements here and there that I've tried to my best to get working. Because there are some things that don't, like, are reported as not working with TTW. But you can still get them to work. It's just that you forfeit some of the fixes that the team has made for TTW as a result. But, you know, it doesn't mean that it doesn't work. Hello, Larsang. Sangata. That's new. I thought you were going to change it to just Larsang. Yeah, good to see you. How's your weekend? Hope it's doing you good. We're on our way down to the Robco facility to try and complete the Wasteland Survival Guide. Mole rats. Hopefully just mole rats out here. He's confused. Oh, he's dead. Tried, but you apparently have to wait another 6 months to do that, which is stupid like that. Yeah, there's like a wait, 6 months? 6 months. How often did you change your... Huh? But why didn't you just change it to Larsang instead of the other thing? But yeah, like Twitch will impose like some restrictions on your username changing for various reasons. Well, why didn't you just rename yourself to Larsang instead of Sangata? Unless that's a different account. Lock on the name because you had reserved the name on a different account. Oh, that's how. Okay. Yeah. Of course you can reserve your name on another account and then expect it to like immediately be available on the other account once you remove that reservation. I think the reason why is in cases like in edge cases, like think if your account was hacked or something after you reserved a username and then as a result you didn't get to claim that reserved username, or if you did something by accident or whatever. So it's, I think it's basically so that Twitch like Twitch personnel doesn't have to spend a lot of time with people being like doing, sorry for saying this, but stupid shit of constantly switching their usernames around. And like mistakenly reserving the wrong names and such. Because for every time there's like an instance where a user will do some kind of boo-boo, which is totally their own fault. And you know, they contact support. Support has to basically go in and do stuff, which, you know, that's someone's wage that needs to be paid. And I imagine Twitch doesn't want to have a large like support team available for these kinds of instances of issues, because they've got so many other things that they also need to take care of. So it's probably a matter of money, is my guess. So by restricting users, it kind of like limits the possibility of people making mistakes. And then they could just like slap an automated message in there saying like, oh yeah, you can't change it. Or like, you have to wait X amount of months or whatever. But yeah, it's like really annoying when it comes to usernames in Twitch. I mean, preferably, for instance, I would rather just use Dragon King as my username. And if you look at the actual account Dragon King on Twitch, which obviously does exist, you'll find a seemingly completely inactive user that doesn't even have a profile picture, you know? And it's like that for a lot of different common account names. And Twitch's policy is that once you take that name, it's yours until you literally delete your account. There are a very few things that can be done to get a hold of those unique usernames. but it's usually like
Hello, stranger. I'm Tinker Joe, premier supplier of robotic parts and service throughout the DC wasteland.
Tinker Joe. But it's usually like only if you are probably a Twitch partner or something. If you have like a pretty big name or something to the tune of that, essentially. Because then they can say like, oh, so you want this? Well, we can offer it for you then. It's like a special service or whatever. But basically to to the common rabble, if you will, is like no fucking way that you can get any kind of special treatment there, unfortunately. And there's no way that you can acquire these usernames either. Like there's no system in place for it. It's not just Twitch. It's literally every platform ever, but you know. Yeah. Makes things kind of annoying, but not insurmountable. I mean, the fact that you could... So here's the thing. The fact that you could reserve the username to begin with at this point means that it's unique enough to not have to worry about reserving it. The only case that you probably need to reserve a username is... I don't even see why. I mean... Maybe if you were going to become, like, wanted to be a streamer and you wanted your username to be something ultra specific and wanted to make sure that before your debut as a streamer, that username is, like, already locked in, basically. That's the only use case I can see for it. Because obviously the issue is that, oh, you're now coming out as like, oh yeah, this is my username and this is my debut and such, maybe on YouTube or whatever other kind of streaming platform. And then you go on Twitch and someone's, like, nicked it from you, basically, you know, taking your username as their own, and now Twitch's like policies mean that they can't, like, according to their own rules and like restrictions or whatever, they can't just give it to you even though you plan this like maybe months ahead of time. It's like the only use case I think, like that is, or rather that is the intended use case probably that system has, and that's also why you can't just switch it out once it's locked into place. Well, it's like a long-term commitment maybe, but what do I know? I'm just like, you know, going off a limb here. So paranoid about these things. Don't trust some people to not try and fuck you over. Well, if you're not intending on being a streamer, then it shouldn't be a worry. Probably, anyway. Like, there are, give me a moment. There are, like, there's like a... Shoot, what's it called? Just take this on a little bit of a sidestep here. But yeah, so you can use like sites such as these. They're not entirely flawless, they're not perfect, but they can give you an idea of how unique it is. So if we say like something like that, just to come up with something, you know?
Yes, the spirits are talking to me.
Oh, he is here. Oh no.
Oh yes, they're coming in clearly. Ah, now they're forming into a gaseous material. I can actually see them now. The spirits are very powerful today.
You're just like one extended fart joke at this point. I hope you're aware of that. Just realize what you're doing to yourself, man. Hello, Ammo. But yeah, you can go to a site like Namecheck and then check your usernames. And it's not completely flawless. Like these red ones should mean that those don't. Like those are already being used on those platforms. But like I could be called, you know, the Cool Dragon King on YouTube, on Twitch, Tumblr if I wanted to. So this is what I would use to check viability of a username, of course. And you know, if we just take the plain version, right? That's fine, okay. And then check usernames. There we go. Apparently you should be able to be called Dragon King on TikTok and eBay. which is actually kind of interesting. Though it's, as I said, not 100% reliable, right? So if I went on to make a TikTok account and I called it Dragon King, it would probably be taken. But again, this is just like a heads up. Used to stream and you've been meaning to get back to it at some point, but you don't expect me to understand your motive. Well, I can't understand something you haven't explained, but you can try me. I mean, motive in what sense? Motivation for getting back into streaming? Or motive for not having streamed in a long while? Or motive to changing your username? Or, you know... Or was it the motive of reserving the username because you are paranoid about it being taken, etc.? It's like, that could mean a lot of things. And maybe you mean all of them, I don't know. Maybe we can buy a robot from the guy? I don't know about that.
You never know what might come in handy.
Does he sell something interesting? Also, Emma, what are you up to this weekend? I hope you're doing well. Hope you're recovering from the Rona. How's your girlfriend doing, by the way? Because I can't remember. Did you get it from your workplace or did you get it from her? I don't remember if you explained that to me at some point. But since you guys live together, I would imagine she also had it. So what facility is this again? Oh, this is the Robco facility. We're here. Didn't even realize. But last time I was here, there were like robots in the vicinity that would just attack you on sight, so... That was the main reason why I didn't want to go out here first. Also, that's Tenpenny Tower, by the way. We can go there and say hi to those fucking bastards. Don't know where you got it from, but you're getting better. She had it before you, but you've not gotten it from each other. Okay. Go to Shellen tomorrow evening to spend Easter with her family. Ah, I see. How about you? Well, plan is to stream today and tomorrow like I do every weekend pretty much. I was actually asked by my sister if I wanted to come down and visit over Easter and, you know, just as like a get-together with her kids, and my mom would be there. But, you know, given my economic situation, I had unfortunately to decline because I just can't even afford the train trip down there, let alone back again, so... But, you know, it's not the end of the world. As we do have a pretty big event coming up later this year. Assuming, you know, it all goes to plan. Because my grandma is turning 95. When was it again? Like on the 15th of May. I've been invited to my grandma's 95 95th birthday. Yeah, we didn't get to talk about what's going on last weekend. Yeah, it was a lot going... Well, there was stuff going on last weekend. I also can't remember, but I don't recall you were here for the entirety of the stream, or... You were doing something, weren't you? Or am I just like... Dude, fucking... Just memory wipe me already. But, you know, it's not the end of the world, as I was about to say, for other reasons as well. One is celebrating my grandma, which means that it's not just going to be my sister and my mom, but literally all my siblings and their kids and everything. As far as I know, anyway. But on top of that, also, I'll have a little bit more funds soon to work with. So it's not the end of the world. Because I turn 30 soon. On the 25th this month, actually. And due to how our social... What is it even called? Is it social security system or whatever you want to call it? You know, our safety nets and all that stuff works out. I'll actually be getting more in social benefits as far as I can tell after I turn 30. And it's not by a small increase either, which is just, you know, I've never really understood. I think I've mentioned this a couple times. Like, I kind of understand it, but I also don't always understand it. It's weird. Here you don't. Yeah, I remember that. Thanks again, of course. It's something. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because you were basically like, yeah, because you told me that you weren't feeling too hot, but you were feeling better, I think it was. So I figured that you probably were just there to just like hang out and watch and not necessarily participate as much, is my guess. Or was my guess, rather. I have to remember what your motivations were a week ago. It's probably just a side effect of me sleeping too much throughout this week. I don't know, I've just been feeling tired like every other week basically throughout the last month or so. And I don't quite know why. Get that duct tape. But what do you mean I said something's up and wanted to tell you about it? I can't even remember now. Trying to recall. I mean, it was a long stream too, so maybe that's why I don't remember. Did I say like there was something up that we could talk about off stream maybe? Ah, right. Yeah. I didn't talk about it that day because yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. I remember now. Okay. Oh, I understand, or whatever you wanna, however you wanna put it. But yeah, basically, it's like on that day, I had like, and I still kind of do have like, I think it's 160 Danish crowns for the remainder of the month or something. So yeah, money's a little bit tight this month. Let's just put it that way. But I'm managing. And it's just because a lot of bills just came in at the same time again this month. I was actually looking pretty positive at the beginning of the month, where I seemingly would have like 2k for the remainder of the entirety of this month. But then a myriad of bills came in all the way until the 6th of April, I think it was. Including my bill to my aircast, which was like 1,000 something Danish crowns. my internet and mobile phone subscription, of course, which also amounted to a couple hundred Danish crowns. And then I also had to pay for electricity this month, where, you know, I paid every 3 months basically. So yeah, I thought I would have enough money to start paying my grandma back this month, but it turns out I barely have money enough for food. So, but I have cash on hand, and I got 69 Danish crowns back in taxes. Yeah! You know. So that's what I meant by landing in a dry spot, basically. Can you even say that in English? I know it's like a Danish phrase when something lands in a dry spot. I don't know. Dude, so many fish and batteries in this place. But yeah, that might also have been part of the reason why I've been a little bit beside myself this week. But yeah, then I got like a letter from, what do you call it? The people that basically hand out your money or whatever. I have a feeling if I jump down there I get stuck. And they basically, so at first the letter that I received was a little bit scary because it was prefaced with, oh, we've recalculated how much you're gonna receive in special what is it called again? It's like a special social benefits or whatever you want to call it, like special support or something like that. And when I read through the letter, it was obvious to me that it had not gone up, it had gone down. And, you know, due to the whole 30-year-old age situation going on in our system and such, I actually expected it to go up, not go down. But then I continued reading the letter, and I think I understand it at this point. Rock coat jumpsuit, nice. Because basically the special support thing or pool of money is added on top of your social benefits, okay? Which essentially means that they first, like the first priority is your regular social benefits, and then they'll supplement that with the special support on top of that. And as a third thing, you also have the boligstøtte, the, what do you even call it, residential support or whatever, which is a third pool of money. And all these 3 separate pools of money are governed, like restricted to the cap on how much you can gain in its entirety in terms of social benefits. And if one of these values changes, the others will as well. That means if your rent changes, then, you know, your apartment bonus or whatever support goes up or down accordingly too. But this letter was about this special support, and I'll get to you. I did read that, but just let me finish this. So the special support was going down because I had hit the the total capacity of how much you can get in social benefits, and I thought that a little bit weird at first. And then in the letter, you know, they sort of explain the math behind it, like where the money is coming and going from. And from that letter, I could read that because I was now gaining, I think it's 11k before taxes for social benefits, like the regulars, the baseline, then this special social benefits had gone down by like 1600 or something like that, so that it would be within the total capacity of, I think it's 13 or 14k, I can't quite remember what the number was, but it was around that range basically. So to put that in perspective, before, or you know, this month I guess is the easiest example. Up until this month, I've been getting you know, less than the 14k total limit before taxes, and that was barely enough to survive on. And what I read into this letter, because I haven't been told otherwise yet, is that due to that whole special rule about being or not being 30 having an influence on how much you also gain in social benefits on this stage, I think if you look at the numbers, it basically implies that, oh, I'll be getting 11,000 or whatever it is from regular social benefits before taxes moving forward after I'm turning 30, basically, because I was getting way less than that before. I can't remember what the actual number was, but it was significantly less. So this letter tells me both that I'm getting less of this special benefits pool, but getting more in this baseline benefit pool, and that is why the special benefits pool is going down. And that's why I was first like shitting my pants, because I was like, okay, I can barely make by with what I got, and now you're telling me I'm getting less? My budget is basically I did like a budget in combination with my company thing, because the bank basically asks for it, and based on that budget I have on average around 300 Danish crowns a month that I can use on like non-essential stuff, basically. And non-essential stuff doesn't even cover like clothes or like new shoes or anything like that. So all that had to be somehow covered by those 300 Danish crowns anyway. Oh hey Hawkeye, just good to see you. Just kind of putting ammo through like my economic situation, if you will. But anyways, so you say, how much do I use a week on food? Not a lot. On average, I think it was around somewhere between 1,200 and 1,400 Danish crowns a month, which is very, very little compared to you know, the prices and what's actually expected. So yeah. And looking at my expenses, there isn't really a lot of places that I can pull money from in the big picture, because most of it is like you know, rent, electricity, hot water, all that stuff, heating, food of course is within that budget I just mentioned, phone bill, what do you call it, internet bill is also within there. And then of course on top of that there's insurance, which is literally the only place that I can, or one of two places that I can tone down on, but I've looked at my insurance, and if I go any further down I might just as well not have an insurance to begin with. And then there's the other thing, which is what I'm using for my portfolio, which is VIX, which every year takes, you know, I think it's 1,200 Danish crowns for a yearly subscription, basically. So those are the two main places I could draw money from. And removing 1,200 Danish crowns a year doesn't really like make a massive difference. So, and that would also mean that I would have to like redo my entire portfolio, of course, which has the intention of trying to land me a job, which it just hasn't. But yeah. 12 to 1,400. It's a little bit hard to figure out the average, because some months it's more than others, because, you know, one month you might be buying like extra things like toilet paper or other household like consumables or whatever you want to call them, whilst other months you might not. And since I have a tendency to also buy in larger bulk, you know, for the freezer and stuff, some months I might buy food that'll last me into the next one, right? So that's kind of how it worked for me anyway. But yeah, I would say I think I estimated with 1,400 average a month. for food and household expenses, by the way. It's not just food, it's also toilet paper, toothpaste, shampoo, soap, that kind of stuff. So you use like 5k on food and other, yeah. So if you just split it evenly between the two of you, that's 2500. So that already is like almost, you know, twice that. It's a little bit shy of twice of my average of 1400, right? So that's also when I talk with Peak about it, like venting my frustration basically. He also commented that that's not a lot of money that I'm using on like a month on food and stuff. And I literally like eat twice a day consistently, which is breakfast and dinner. And the only like luxury consumables I buy are energy drinks. And I've also decided, well, unless you want to count like Coca-Cola as well, which I drink at dinner time and such, like a single glass or whatever. But you know, it's not really like the big expenses we're talking about here. So it was a little bit frustrating that a system is set in place where, like, if you're, you know, if you haven't ever had a job and you're not 30 yet, or actually, yeah, I think it's that specific combination, then you just get fucking shafted for no reason. And I don't quite understand why. Because it's basically implying that, oh, if you're 30, you have more expenses than if you're 29? I think it's up there, maybe. And I've just never really understood the logic on that. And I don't even own a car or anything like that. Imagine if I had a car and I had to pay for gas and such. Like, it's just completely inconceivable. And that's kind of what Peak was experiencing too, when he couldn't get a job when the pandemic sort of like exploded into our faces, right? Because the first thing that the bank told him was like, oh, you've got a car, sell it. And he insisted that, why should I sell the one thing that can actually help me in getting a job? You know, because if you can't drive to your workplace, then you basically can't get the job in his line of work. It's just impossible. Is it below? Or, oh, offices and cafeteria. But yeah, it's like when you have so little to work with on an economic like side of things, even like 1,000 Danish crowns a month extra makes a massive difference, right? Because over the course of time it adds up. Whereas right now, like, I haven't bought, I wouldn't be able to afford new shoes, I wouldn't be able to afford any new clothes. If something breaks, I just have to do without it. Like, for instance, I decided to do like this hacky solution where my shoelaces on my shoes have actually worn out so much that they were completely useless. I couldn't even tie the shoes anymore with them. So I decided to basically refit some non-fitting shoelaces from some old shoes. Doesn't necessarily look completely pretty, but it works. So yeah, I basically have to be pretty resourceful these days. But again, like, I'm turning 30 towards the end of this month, so... Okay, so if you get 1,000 Danish crowns more a month, you could take a loan for a car that is 100,000 Danish crowns higher, which is a massive difference. Exactly, like, when you only have 300 Danish crowns a month for leisure, literally, like, leisure spending and saving up, like, that's the same pool of money. You just can't save up, there's just no way. Unless you just want to, like, I don't know, not be a human for like a year or whatever it would be. Like, I'm fortunate in that sense that COVID happened the way it did and our government decided to expand my, like, you know, the higher pool of social benefits for a year, because that meant that I had another year to run on. Otherwise I'd have to have somehow managed to spend an entire year extra on what I'm currently receiving, which just wouldn't have been feasible, right? And at the same time, like, the local government is also like, oh yeah, so we can't find an apartment that's more affordable than what you're currently living in, so that's why they're giving me that extra, you know, financial support that I am receiving, the one that is going to be reduced from next month. But, you know, preferably I would have moved household entirely and saved, you know, a couple thousand Danish crowns a month that way, because I could have made do with that, like living in a smaller space, a different part of the city, because I don't really need to live where I do, you know. It's just like a bit, you know, I've got extra space here that I don't really need, so I can make do with a smaller space. The issue is I can't afford to move, let alone the expenses involved in being on, like, waiting lists, and the time as well. I can't afford that either, because it would probably take me 2 years anyways before I would get into a position where I could actually get another apartment. So if my number is still the same, why are you asking that? Don't send me any money if that's what you're inciting. Please don't do that. As I said, I'm making do at the moment. I have some cash on hand, which is what's keeping me alive. And I already have like 2.5K that I need to pay back my grandma. So I'd rather not owe anyone any more money at the moment. And besides, I should be able to survive the rest of the month. If it goes really hard, then I'll definitely say. Shush, Hawkeye. You were also talking, Hawkeye, about getting back into work soon, right? Was it as a truck driver, I think you mentioned? How's that going? Oh, you got a job, alright. How's that working out? But yeah, Ammo, I still got the same phone number. Just waiting for clearance to start. Oh, okay. Just about to ask what kind of clearance. What does what do you need cleared? Like, what does that involve exactly? If you would like to expand upon that. Is it like waiting for a contract and stuff? I know, Ammo, I know. I've also, you know, been venting my frustration to Peak, and he's also said the same, that, you know, if I end in a situation, I just have to say the word, basically. So if I sit in a situation and I don't have enough money to pay foods and groceries, I know where to go. But you know, should be in the next 2 weeks. Police check, secured site. Oh, okay. That's interesting. what kind of secured site exactly are we talking about here? We're talking about like some kind of volatile cargo or something? Like what exactly are we talking about here? Looking really forward to starting? Oh, I can imagine. I can't say what I have to kill you. I fucking knew you would say something like that. I mean, there's a difference between a secured site, I hope, and like confidential workplace. I mean, what the fuck do I know? Maybe you're gonna be transporting nuclear waste material or something. Do you even have nuclear power plants in Australia? Alright, fair enough. Consider it a date, I suppose. One for medical purposes. Alright. Dude, this facility is just giving me tons of skill books. Almost can't even carry anymore. Got a small reactor. Oh shit, I remember this place now. I remember what happens when you get to the mainframe computer, whatever. Let's just say there's a reason why there's a ton of protectrons along this entire place. Wait, what? 10 makes you think? Not sure, but it's public knowledge. 10 megs? I have no idea what that is referring to. That is. Oh shit, we're back here. God damn it. Get my ass handed to me by a rat roach. That's not okay. I think there's a second floor with some enemies still. Used for medical only, 10 megawatts. Oh, so it's like an emergency reactor supply? What? Oh, make medicine? Medicine? Alright. Not exactly sure why it has to be a nuclear reactor for that. Oh, this is unexplored. Cancer treatment research. Okay. Got it. That's the line of thought I was having, but I wasn't entirely like. Obviously, I wasn't. I had no idea. So, thanks for the clarification, though. So we've already been through all of this, but I see a lot of enemy blips all of a sudden. What's up with that? Oh, I think I found a stairway going up at least. Oh, that's why I'm not finding the enemies. They're fucking stuck in the ground. Can I even hit this bastard? With the power of axe, we can. Now I'm just like assuming they're in the ground all the time. World leader, apparently. Alright. The more you know. Heard of underdog meet under Rouch? What do you mean roach? God damn it. We have some leader armor. Well, since I'm kind of out of inventory space, we can consume some of these permanent stat books. Another one. Should have a couple of these. Flying congressional style. Nikola Tesla and you. And we've gotten all those 4 skill books from this dungeon alone, which is kind of nuts. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Trying to eat peanuts, can't concentrate on both. Yeah, it's always hard. I should really stop picking up all this junk. I don't even remember what you use the dots for, because it's like obviously a weapon, but I don't remember what weapon it is. In Fallout 4 there's the what's it called? It's like that the syringer, right? Which allows you to shoot syringes that can be modified with different substances, I think. Dot gun. Honey glazed peanuts. Is it a dot gun, you say? I mean, that would be the obvious answer considering that they are dots. I just don't remember. Smack that roach. Oh, I've been smacking roaches all day. We'll be smacking something else in a moment though. So, welcome to the master computer servers thingamajig. Got a pre-war book. Oh, yeah, that's true. And they give you like a stealth boy here, just in case you get into a situation you can't handle. So has Seek. I hope you're still having fun on that Atlas RP server. Right, so we've got this processor widget from Moira, and if we install it here, shit's gonna go down, so let's give it a go. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Oh right, all the robots are attacking us. Question is, should I deal with them, or should I reprogram them? Oh yeah. This is what my hacking terminals look like now. Super easy because I'm so high level. Orientation guide. Congratulations on your transfer to the position of Robot Protocol Operator, RPO. Trusted co-workers will be standard Protectron models stationed throughout the facility. We've got basic operation. Covers day-to-day functionality of your co-workers as described in detail in your training manual. Got pest extermination, which encourages your co-workers to track and sanitize any roaches, rodents, or other undesired pests on the premises. Which obviously is not what they've been doing for the last many years. Total liquidation removes your co-workers' humanoid safety protocols and is for use only in the unlikely event of criminal intrusion or communist attack. And then there's robot shutdown. Allows you to temporarily retire co-workers for their regular maintenance or in the case of accidental liquidation commands. We trust you'll find the work simple, rewarding, and extremely safe. Enjoy. Took the day out to play Ark Easter specials. Ah, okay. And you're gathering colorful dinos. Right. Last you played, that was it during autumn? Like, shoot, during fall? Because I remember last time you guys played, they also had like pretty colors. Or was that Christmas actually? Have you also seen that No Man's Sky got an update? By the way. Hesperornis. Hestia. Those are like the bird thingies that are kind of like proto-pelicans, right? I think. During the holidays, yeah. Yeah, true, because they had like a bright green and red and all kinds of bright colors. Factory power supply is insufficient for basic operation. I can see it's the total liquidation. Yeah, so that was the optional. Initiate stress testing. How many does this do this fine day? Yeah, I think now I don't really have to fight the robots. And I can't remember the resolution to this quest. It's not like taking out the Protectrons would do me much, other than a little bit of extra experience, I suppose. But basically all the robots that are around this Robco facility that I've looted, oddly enough, even though I've taken all the power cells out of them, they when I activate that mainframe, they all wake up like they're rising from the dead and start walking the facility. So that is why you probably get that stealth boy in that room, so that in the case that you don't have science skill high enough to actually deal with these bastards, you know, you can actually get out without having to fight a single one, assuming that you do it correctly and they don't see through your disguise, I suppose. Thing to trike, looks like a rainbow. We've got golden eggs, you say? Okay. I suppose that would be for the Easter egg hunt. No Man's Sky update. Pirate and Explorer mission thing will start soon. They did just update. I mean, I haven't seen if the update is live. I assume it is live because they did announce it or whatever. But it's like the Outlaws update, so now you can like be even more of a pirate. I watched a video yesterday on what's actually in it in terms of the patch notes, so you could just go and read the patch notes, I'm sure. Eat them and you get an experience boost. Oh, EP boost, sorry. You were talking about the gold eggs? You mean No Man's Sky, they're streaming, I suppose. There are like drops for No Man's Sky as well, I didn't even know that. Like Twitch drops. Yeah. And I was like, so XP boost is for the golden eggs for Ark, and the streamers like Berg Black and such, that's like No Man's Sky. The delay going back and forth makes it really difficult. Yeah. Hello,
Please.
Willy.
Please help me. I need water. I'm dying.
Have this purified water.
I can...
Yeah. Get a bit of positive karma. But let's go to the hoodwink and just offload for a moment. Oh, she's... Victoria Watts is still here. That's the railroad NPC in Fallout 3. Cause she like approached me saying like I should stop looking into the whole androids side quest while I was returning to the submarines, and now she's just like perpetually stuck here in the middle of the fucking water. Silly woman. Maybe we can have a multi-conversation. Talker. I mean, it's not impossible, but sometimes I do get confused. And the issue is just because I'm using Restream, the delay is longer than it normally is. Yeah, the majority of the items that I pick up are just miscellaneous ones, to be fair. We did get 17 duct tape. I did notice that we were picking up a lot, but this much? Damn! That's a lot of repair kits. I have 158 pre-war money. I guess you can say that I'm loaded. More ways than one. Oh hey Bacon, how you doing? Welcome back, welcome back. Good to see you here. What are you up to this weekend? Got some streaming planned? Hope you're doing well. You just type slow and then there's the peanuts. Peanuts is a dangerous word. Trying to pronounce it with the wrong accent and then it just comes out wrong entirely. At work now, streams this weekend. Alright. What's on the menu? And we can try out this thing as well. See how this works. Yes. Why does it say no game? That's strange. Oh. Shit. That's really difficult to notice. Noble Fates. Alright. Have you just been playing that a lot recently? I actually played that last weekend as well. Though, actually, I'm curious what you've got to say about your experience with that game, to be honest. Because I was having a lot of performance issues when trying to play it on stream, and I was wondering if you've had the same experience, or if it's just my computer that's just aging at this point. I was also having issues because OBS Studio was taking too much of my CPU though. But the game is already, like, without streaming, already pretty performance heavy, I've noticed. Playing it pretty frequently because it's watching that RimWorld itch. Oh, okay. Haven't had any problem streaming it. Okay. Yeah, I was having like 5% of my frames dropped because it was eating so much of my... Like, my CPU was at 100% all the time. And I mean, on my panels on Twitch at least, you can see that hardware-wise, on the CPU side anyways, I shouldn't be struggling as badly as I was. Though my GPU is pretty old though. So it's possible that I need to get a better, newer GPU once I can afford it. Which is nowhere near in sight. Because maybe it's because the CPU has to take over some of the workload from the GPU, because the GPU can't keep up. But I mean, Noble Fates doesn't exactly strike me as a graphic GPU intensive game to begin with, so I wouldn't see why that would be a thing. Makes your GPU and CPU run pretty hot, wouldn't want to play it for 5 hours straight. Which is almost what I did, I think. I think we played it for 4 hours or something. But I played it off stream as well. A little bit... I don't remember if I played it yesterday, but throughout this week anyway. And even without streaming, I mean, it runs at around barely 30 FPS most of the time. Sometimes if I focus down my camera, I can like get it higher up, but it's not great. It's a fun game though. But yeah, I was using like some different activity feed overlays on OBS Studio, and I switched it from Stream Elements 1 over to Twitch's activity feed, which uses way less CPU in comparison. So instead of using like 25% of my CPU, OBS that is, now it uses around 10%. So, you know, 15% extra CPU can make a huge impact in games like RimWorld and Noble Fates. Got myself an Oculus for your birthday, and you wish could stream that, but it would put too much stress on the PC. Do you have a laptop maybe? Because if you have a secondary computer that's capable of running the actual stream itself, you could stream the feed locally to like another device, and then use that device processor to do the actual stream. Because even like a, you know, a fairly old laptop like mine, which is 7 years old and was about mid-range when I bought it, would be able to do the job. So if you have like some hardware on the side, you could do it that way. Obviously it means that you would have to interact with your chat and stuff through your laptop or whatever you would use instead, but that would be one way around it. No, I don't know if you would need a capture card. You might be able to... Nah, you would probably need a capture card. I don't remember. There are other ways to do it, like you can stream locally over your local Wi-Fi, like a video feed that is, and then do it over Wi-Fi that way, and then, you know, your second hardware would pick up that feed, and then there you would have all the extra overlays and such that normally take extra CPU processing power, whatever, and most importantly, then the second device would also be doing all the encoding, so, which obviously is the most, the heaviest part of everything. Well, this is where the weight is. Would be the ideal, but A, you have no space to put a laptop, and B, you don't have one anyway. I think number 2 problem would be the biggest one. But yeah, I've contemplated doing it on a couple occasions as well, just to try it out. But it's such a hassle because I would have to have like a remote keyboard extra, and I would have need to have a remote mouse and everything, so that I can control it like separately, or use like an HDMI, and maybe even use like an HDMI split, so I could have the, you know, use my secondary monitor for everything. And it's just like a lot of hardware I just don't have at the moment either. So, and you know, even just to try it out, you would need all these things for it to be like a proper, shall we say, test case. So if you don't have all those things available, it's like, damn.
Yeah.
Might as well just tune down your encoder settings and stuff, which is what I've tried doing. So, why don't you remote desktop? I guess that would work, but then you would be using CPU and the remote desktop software though, which is kind of the whole point. You don't want to just replace OBS with other things. And if you do remote desktop, then you would have a different kind of image compression and everything else there. I have no idea how it handles audio and all those things either. So it like, that's like the other aspect. I mean, that goes for all kinds of solutions, I suppose. But yeah. That's why I've tried to tone down the encoder settings and such. I haven't looked back at some live stream footage, because this is the first live stream footage we have right now, which is what you're watching right now. But I have tried doing like a local recording using the stream settings, and it looked fine, and I was even playing Clone Hero, so I hope it's fine for you guys.
Fiddle with any interesting tech.
But you can tell me better that way. I lowered the bitrate a little bit. I set the common FPS values to 48 FPS. And I also changed the downscaling filter because it's being downscaled from 2K to 1080p, which before like was a pretty expensive method. Now I'm using is it bilinear, I think it is, which normally causes a blurry output, but at least when it comes to image processing for Photoshop and Krita, I've noticed that using bilinear, though normally blurry when you scale it up, if you scale it down, it's not really an issue because you've got a lot of extra data that you're just like cutting down on. Whereas the other way around, of course, you're generating more data, which for filters makes a huge difference to scale it up. But yeah. Reactivated the robots and was able to modify their programming.
Harnessing the technology of the past and modifying it for your own purposes? That's just the thing. Tell me all about how it worked out.
Okay, so we've got a couple options here. Was suggested that programming the robots were no problem. We could use intelligence, saying even after reprogramming the robots with questionable value as allies, strength, I just hacked the mainframes of the robots would be a challenge. So we could actually go that way and say like, oh, I actually just did it for the XP, you know? That's pretty funny.
Well, they're
But we're
only
an intelligence
human.
main build,
Or,
so...
well, made by humans. Well, probably manufactured
only
by other
human
robots,
after all.
but you know where I'm going with this. Seems like a good thing to watch for when dealing with tech of any age. And it helps to pack a few pulse grenades, just in case. Here, have a few.
Thanks
Oh, and
for
take
the
my book
pulse
on
grenades.
science. For some reason, I just can't get into the computer parts. But I've got the rest pretty much memorized.
Oh yeah, and a permanent stat book is always useful. Now my research for your book is completed, isn't it?
Yes, that concludes our exceptional expert endeavor. I have to admit, I was worried it would go over some people's heads, but it should be fine. For all your hard work, I want you to have this mini nuke. I kept meaning to use it to dig a well, but honestly, it just makes me nervous. Now, I just need to do a few last tweaks, and it'll be ready to print and distribute. Thanks for all the help.
Hold on just a minute. Who in the right mind would use a nuclear arsenal to dig a fucking well? Doesn't that... Now you're talking... Dude, wouldn't that just cost... I mean, okay, we're in the capital wasteland. It probably doesn't really make a massive difference, but still... Digging a hole in the ground, using nuclear weaponry with the intent of using it to get drinking water? Me. I don't know about that. Hell of a hole, yeah. That's a mini nuke, so... In the Fallout universe, nukes make much smaller craters than I think they might do in real life. Let me guess, you need to go print and distribute it, right?
So cynical. No. I can take care of all that with the few traders I know. What makes you think I'd force you to handle something so dangerous? Now you should just lie back and bask in the praise for helping with the book.
Did she just... Dangerous? Lady? You had me fucking break my own limbs using hand grenades. You had me... Made me glow with radiation because by drinking water out of a literal toilet. Had me infiltrate the Robco production plant just to mess around with old robot technology, and they all awoke from their slumber. Had me fucking go to that supermarket thing that turned out to be like completely full of bandits. Always thought she was hot. I mean, what kind of hot are we talking about? She had me go to fucking Minefield, which is a town that was literally plastered with mines, with the intent of defusing mines to pick them up, bring them back home, all while being fucking under siege by an old crazy guy with a sniper rifle. And then she says going to go and get this thing printed would be a dangerous task, and why would I think that I would be set to do that as well? God fucking damn it. I sure should hope so. I nearly killed myself a half a dozen times for that thing. Exactly.
And those risks will have saved hundreds, no, thousands of lives. Your quality research really took it to the next level, you know? I'll share these with the traders, and soon everyone will know about the Wasteland Survival Guide. But now, the very first copy of our book goes to you. It wouldn't nearly be as good without your input. You're the real Wasteland Survival Guru.
Then we get a perk. Survival perk. As a result of your painstaking research for the Wasteland Survival Guide, your survival skills have improved. I don't remember what that actually means. I think we can go in and take a look in a moment. Hockey-like. See what we've got for sale. I don't know if she's reset her. Okay. The fact that she's selling a multitude of bladed gauntlets and such kind of makes me think that that would be a no. Because that would sort of imply that that might be things that I've sold to her. Then again, she is selling armor repair kits, so maybe she has reset. Well, we've got plenty of money. Let's see if she's got something interesting. She do have some attachments for laser weapons. But we're not exactly there yet where I would say using laser weapons would be preferable. Nah. She's selling a pre-wall book. I can buy that for 1 cap and sell it for 25. Stonks. I could also buy the rocket launcher schematic. Just to have it. Now it's ours. See, ammo. Do you have some ammo for me? 22 LR rounds. Oh yeah. Use that for the Rat Slayer. No 308 rounds though. That's a little bit disappointing. What we need for the battle rifle, which is why I'm not really using it at the moment. Not that kind of ammo. Ammo. Not to be confusing at all. God damn it. Okay, so she has 28
Good hunting.
100 caps in her inventory. And we're liked in Megaton. I don't know what the reputation does for us though. It's something that's added through a mod so that there's more like not compatibility, what's the other word for it? There's less disparity between Fallout 3 and New Vegas. They're more in line with each other. So we got Wild, no, not that one. Survival Guru. You wrote the book on how to survive in the wasteland and have shared your secrets with humanity. Gain 6% bonus to poison resistance and radiation resistance. 6 points to both medicine and science skills. Alright. It'll be these. My science skill is almost 110 now. And yeah, we do get benefits beyond level 100, so... Why is my Oh, is that because of radiation sickness? Yeah. Okay.
USA and nowhere else.
Okay, Nathan. I mean, she's still here.
Don't you have a component to deliver?
Ah, shut the fuck up, lady. She really wants me to go and do that thing. Oh yeah, we should also, it was a big book of science, right? Yes. Gotta get those 2 points into science. Now, let's start selling a bunch of stuff. Because this entire locker is just full of things that I need to get rid of. You buy gasoline. I told her she's a stalker. Oh yeah. Hey. First things first. Because that's like 1600 weight worth of just weapons and armor. Some of these should also be pretty high condition. So let's try and consolidate a little bit. All this stuff here. And once we're done, like this revolver alone almost got 2500 value almost. Jeez. There's like so much wealth in this locker alone. Ridiculous. That's why I got the repair skill up as well as like one of my main priorities. Okay, 9mm pistol barely sells for anything in max condition. Hardly even worth having. Ching ching ching. Assault rifles are surprisingly worthless as well. Interesting. I wonder if that's like a Fallout 3 versus New Vegas kind of thing. Dude, a full condition baseball bat is almost as valuable as an entire assault rifle. What? That doesn't seem right. And a caravan shotgun is like a weapon you can start out with in New Vegas, which has almost triple the value. What the fuck? Why? Why is it like that? A combat knife, that's actually something that's available in Fallout 3. Is worth 500 per knife. That's actually quite valuable knowledge, because aren't they like super light in comparison? Yeah, it's only 1 weight per combat knife. Good thing I've been picking up those. Batter up. Okay, let me just get my Excalibur and then we'll see how it goes. I'll also use this opportunity to repair some of my in-use firearms. Incinerator. Regular knife, not really worth carrying around, it seems. They're actually kind of worthless. Yeah, as expected, laser weaponry is a bit more valuable. But yeah, the values of these items are a little bit all over the place. Recharger rifles I understand because they're a little bit, well, a little bit is maybe an understatement. They're quite rare, at least in the base game. Ripper is pretty valuable too by the looks of it. Single shotguns, yeah, they're like early game weapons, so I don't expect those to be super valuable. A pair of spiked knuckles is worth an entire assault rifle. I see. Perfect sense. It just works. We've also got all the apparel in here. That's actually noteworthy, I think. Armor isn't really worth their own weight in caps. Like, they've actually got a pretty poor weight to value ratio. By the looks of things, anyway. Even at full condition. Yeah, I expect this metal armor to be a pretty significant culprit of that. Actually, there's not really that much heavy. Well, no, wait, 30, that's twice that of the other leather armor. What am I talking about? Got like a billion radiation suits that I don't need. Just an absolute metric ton of raider clothing. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that I've been putting this off for way too fucking long. All this armor has just been piling up, really. There, now we're down to 800 weight. It's a bit more reasonable. Obviously, still can't really move around with it. Now I've at least consolidated all the items, so now we can put all the stuff we can't carry for now back into storage. And then just bring whatever we can carry for now. Try and sell it, and then see how much we can make. Of course, the issue is I don't want to accidentally deposit the items that I'm, like the weapons that we're actually using. For obvious reasons. I don't exactly want to go out there completely unarmed. And we also have this nope, not that crate. Ah, shit, which one was that again?
Watch out.
That was all the attachments. Yeah, so this has like sellable stuff in it. Shoot. I don't remember putting any of this in here. Is this already here when I think? Is it in here? Ah, here's all the excess weapons that I wanted to keep. Just need to make sure we actually have a fat man in here. Yep, we do. So yeah, on top of all the weapons that we just went through, I also have all of this. And on top of that, I've also got another locker which has only the unique weapons. Yo. Yo.
If it kisses you,
Yo, what?
you'll find you like it
Your
to
mama?
grab it. It's a man.
Were you just kidding about disarming that thing?
Sorry.
If it whistles each
Fat ma- oh,
owns a car that runs out of gas.
funny.
And it's time.
Huh. Did you know the human body can survive without the stomach or spleen?
This lady, I swear. Now, let me get some of all my caps back. Which apparently won't really require me to sell all that many things. By the looks of it. Why is this hunting shotgun so valuable? Wait, what? Hold on. 145 DPS, 12.2 times 7 damage. I guess it has pretty high DPS, but... Huh. That's pretty valuable. Hey, I'm losing weight. Alright. Thanks, Hawkeye. Always here with the useful information. There we go. Barter Town perk. What does that do?
Don't hurt yourself.
Gee, this is a thrill.
Gosh, this is a thrill. These thrills come to you through the courtesy of the Armed Forces Radio Service. And now Gloria and Frank will sing Come Out, Come Out. On their latest
Items you buy now cost 10% less. Nice. Want the details? I don't know. Don't think so. Don't think chat would like the details either. So, since Murder has reset, hopefully Megan Rouse is... No, not Megan Rouse, that's fucking New Vegas.
They call
Fucking
me Shrapnel. What you look?
I don't think we've actually talked with Shrapnel. It's always been Flack who's been in the store. The amount of caps he has would indicate that he hasn't reset though. Good weapon repair kits though. Those are really valuable. Oh shit! Let's just buy all the 22 LR rounds. 308 ammo! Oh my god, here we go. I'm reinvesting all our non-used weapons into ammunition. I've got like, oh my god. I didn't realize they would add this much. Holy shit. I've got like a mod that increases the stock of some of these traders. I did not expect it to be that much. That saves me a lot of waiting around, at least. Damn. .25mm GAPW upgrade in INT. What the fuck does that even mean? Is that... I think it's a 25mm grenade automatic... something upgraded internals? I don't know. It says increases the rate of fire. Ammo has heard it before. Yeah, probably. Probably has. As for the assault carbine, all these are the Gunrunner's arsenal variants though. Okay, so he's definitely restocked though. Because some of these I have not seen before. Gatling laser upgrades. Grenade machine gun, grenade MG. Nice speed kit. Hunting rifle custom action. Hunting rifle scope. A little bit late to get those because we've got weapons that are better. Plasma casters. Silenced .22 SMG expanded drums. Basically, if you want to make your Tommy gun look more like a gangster weapon, I suppose. Sniper rifle suppressor. Wait, I thought sniper rifles came with those. Well, we can buy it anyway. I think I'll keep the hunting shotgun just to test it out, I suppose. I want to sell my light machine gun though, that one is MVP. Fuck. That's not what I want to sell. Damn it. Oh, they're in the top, that's why. Like, where did it go? Ah, crap, what weapon was it again? Oh, it was my shovel. I need that so I can dig some graves.
Thanks.
We'll be back.
Tamper with that, and we're going to have a problem.
God damn it, stairs. I don't know why I like this kind of music so much. So we should be able to just carry it all, right? Yep. Don't know if I can displace all of these items though. It's relaxing. Well, it depends though. Depends on what track we're listening to. I think it's because this particular track, for instance, is really good as background music.
Stay chill, dude.
Like if it's fucking Butcher Pete, it'll be hacking and whacking and smacking, but you know. Fucking that meat. It's actually funny though. There's a lot of people that are not completely in agreement on what Butcher Pete the song is actually about. Some people will say that, oh, okay, it's about some kind of criminal named Butcher Pete, which literally chops up all his victims or whatever, even going so far as to chop up his own cellmate and such. But why does it specifically in the lyrics contain like he's chopping up all the women's meat? I mean, he could be a serial killer, which is what some people think it implies. But others, they think that you know, it's got sexual undertones instead. You know. Well hung. And I think I'm in more of the second camp there. The thing that makes it a little bit weird though is that there's also parts of the songs where they say that he's been put into jail, right? So why would he be put into jail if it's all just because of a sexual thing? But
you wish to purchase.
There could be other reasons that are, you know, related to that kind of stuff as to why you would be put in jail. There's also some that say that it's like a metaphor for something else. That he's not like actually supposedly put into jail, but he's like, you know, put into quarantine or whatever. And then they say like, oh, he's been let out of jail again, so now he's like able to go about doing his regular business. I think one said that, okay, he's been put into jail or whatever is like a metaphor because he got into a fixed relationship with someone, so he can't just go around sleeping around with all the women all of a sudden. But then, like, you know, that relationship doesn't last, and then he's let out of jail again, and now he's out and about. So it's like you can analyze that song in a lot of ways. If I were a music teacher, I would fucking, that's one of the songs I would just like force my students to what do you call it, to analyze, just to see what they would come up with. You know, could be fun. Yeah, huge debate. Exactly. Sneak sight perception +1. So I could get some riot gear. Right now we're wearing Talon Combat Mark II armor, which is pretty damn strong. 14 damage threshold, 32 damage reduction. So riot gear has slightly less damage threshold. It's considered medium armor as well, but it weighs a little bit more than Talon Combat armor. In comparison though, you get 5+ to gun skill and a whole whopping 1 agility, which will help out in VATs amongst other things. So I don't know if the 4 damage threshold is worth it, and if we should actually get some riot gear. We're also using a Talon Combat armor, a combat helmet, having damage threshold of 1 and a damage reduction of 5. Why does it say it's less? 5 damage reduction. So the riot gear helmet has higher damage threshold. Why does it say it has less? It might be because we can't wear the bandana, which currently gives me +1 perception. Or maybe it's because I can't wear the authority glasses as well. We can try buying one. It's not like they're super expensive anyway. I mean, got 13,000 caps for fuck's sake. There's also security helmets. They're considered light, which is actually interesting. Yeah, the Talon Combat helmet is considered medium, which oddly enough is actually lighter than these. They don't give any stat bonuses though. That's again like just the disparity between New Vegas and Fallout 3, I suppose. Security armor reinforced Mark II is higher damage threshold, but it's also like, doesn't look as cool. Isn't it also No, it's light armor. That is so strange. Why would the light armor give you less defensive capabilities than the medium armor? I don't understand that. They give +5 to guns, the others give +5 to guns too, but +1 to agility. But they're the medium armor, so why do they give agility? Shouldn't it be the opposite way around? Riot gear should give you more defense, because it's medium, not light armor. And then the lighter armor might give you agility. I don't know, that seems like a bit of a weird thing. We'll try them out as like a sample. Let's see if there's any modifiers in here that we can use. 5.56 carbine extended mags. I don't know what weapons these are for. Is that just for the assault rifle maybe? I'll try buying one and then see what we get. Anti-material rifle custom action. That'd be pretty expensive though. Dress cane concealed blade. Gotta love that. Hunting shotgun long 2. Could increase the ammo capacity. Let's try and buy one. Lever action shotgun long tube. Okay. So, oh my god. Wow. Okay, so there's like a place where I can buy any mod that I want, but I think it's at a markup. And I remember we bought this for the light machine gun, this expanded drum, which is why it can carry or contain 200 rounds in its magazine. This is like really cheap in this store. Really cheap. Mantis Gauntlet laminated carapace. What the fuck? There's like so many modifiers here that I've never seen before. To be fair, last time I played, I kind of like sniper rifle extended max. Try that. Got a suppressor already, so why not? Last time I got pretty far in to the game, but I kind of like. I think I was at around level 30 or something when I lost interest in continuing to play. Basically something else grabbed my attention at the time. But yeah, it's probably why I'm noticing a lot of things I didn't even know existed in the game. Then again, like last weekend we found like that unique plasma cannon weapon thing, which I didn't know existed either, so literally anything can happen. Oh, dude, I just need to sell like a handful of weapons. I've already made my money back. Question is then if I should just buy some more modifiers. Like the anti-material rifle thing. I don't think we can actually buy one though, can we? We can buy an anti-material rifle. 50 caliber rounds though. Yikes. Automatic rifle. Why does that look to me like a Browning machine gun or something? We also get the Bozar. Just super expensive. Hello there, Elwas. Or was. Welcome, welcome. Biggest disappointment with TTW in your opinion is that you can't play it with Vortex? When you're saying Vortex, is it, what exactly is Vortex? Cause isn't that yeah, so that's like shoot, the Nexus's own mod manager now, right? Yes. I mean, why? It's not really an issue. You can just use MO2. That's what I'm using. So personally, I don't really consider it a massive issue. MO2 uses virtual folders, and that's for some reason makes your load times go to hell. Okay. That is interesting, at least. I don't have any issues myself, but I put it on an M. Not an M.2, just a regular SSD that I happen to have lying around. I mean, that's what is recommended by others anyway, so. Forget there's all these fucking weird ass, wacky ass DLC weapons in this one. I think for me personally, the main issue with TTW is just, it's like they do all these things to squish all these bugs that exist in the game, like in the vanilla game. But unfortunately, you know, and that's not because of, actually that's not a TTW thing, that's just like New Vegas modding in general. But you know, if you want to use like model replacers and stuff like that, it kind of reverts them back into like a broken state, if you will, as far as I've been told. That's why they're marked as not being compatible, at least. Which is a bit unfortunate. Doesn't mean you can't get them working though, but you know, it's always going to be with an asterisk. Like, it works, but you just gotta accept the fact that it doesn't work as the TTW devs intended it to. Wouldn't be so hard to make it work with Vortex. That's strange though, why it would be MO2 that would be causing you issues though. Ah shit, these guys have respawned, haven't they? Hold on. Something wrong here. Nope, I'm just using the wrong hotkey. These things just get shredded in comparison to the albino rat scorpions. Damn. But yeah, one thing about TTW that I don't like that they did though is that they don't make the previous versions available once they make an update. That's probably my biggest complaint at the moment. And I understand the reasonings why they do, or they don't, rather. But I still wish that they would at least keep just the previous major version available in some way. So what can I use? Oh, I can use the extended mags on this. That's nice. I do like me the marksman's carbine. It's like a nice semi-auto, half sniper, half like assault rifle, I suppose. I hope these models are not going to be looking after. They look nice though. Especially this one. Damn, that looks clean. For like a New Vegas model. Don't know how many of these are like actually replaced though. I should emphasize that. And we got the anti-material rifle, which I have no rounds for because 50 caliber. Auto rifle upgrade internals. Fire, ammo capacity, and accuracy. Okay. Anti-material rifle can't be modified? Wait, what? What? But I've got a custom action for the anti-material rifle. Why can't I modify it? Okay, might be a mod that's making some kind of conflict. That's a bummer. Oh shit, I could actually bought like a 12 gauge shotgun choke for the hunting shotgun. Maybe I might have to go back and get one of those. Carbine suppressor, okay. I can actually get a suppressor for this thing too. Might be worth taking a look. Stick around more. Okay. Now these are much heavier, so can't carry as much at a time.
Welcome, sir or ma'am.
Yes, I know. Let's see. You've got to sell me. So, was it this guy that was selling? No. Okay, so it would be back in the capital wasteland, wouldn't it? Well, I can still get rid of some of this excess armor and clothing, though. Retrieve some of my caps. Gotta maintain that riot armor, though. Definitely think I've made way more caps than just selling some of the high value weapons that I've acquired. I don't think the armor's gonna make nearly as much. But yeah, the biggest issue with them not having the previous version available was that when I actually started this playthrough, the series or whatever you want to call it, it was on the previous version of TTW. Then someone, I can't remember their name, someone mentioned, right, that 3.3 was basically out and it had barely been out for like a month. And I spent like a couple days taking a look at it to see what was up, trying to figure out what was changed and such, which for the main part, the most significant thing they changed or added, or whatever you want to call it, was the fact that now all the armors have damage threshold and damage resistance onto them, which changes how combat balance works. They went around adding a ton of duct tape to Fallout 3 and probably tweaked all of the PYs in Fallout 3 as well in other aspects, though I don't remember reading anything about that specifically. But the issue was that I was trying to just see if I couldn't get it working and wanted to reorganize my mod loadout and all that. And I did get it to work, but then I realized that one of the massive expansion mods that I was using that adds a ton of interiors wasn't available for 3.3 yet. And to make matters worse, the offer of that mod has been absent from the Nexus for a very, very long time. So, as people say on the comment section of that mod, that we shouldn't expect that person to get back anytime soon, if ever. Which is a pretty big bummer, because I was using that mod in my previous playthrough and I actually really enjoyed it. So all of a sudden, like, it not being there, like available that is, kind of put a little bit of a damper and almost made me not want to continue the series. For a couple of reasons. Because I basically got 3.3 to work, realized in that situation, and then I had to make up my mind on whether or not I actually wanted to play 3.3 or if I just wanted to continue playing 3.2. And at that point in time, I was still going back and forth between the two on which one I wanted to play. And what I decided to do was, at least for the time being, to to basically play through like a fresh 3.3 off stream, of course, until I got to the point that we were in terms of the series, which I would have to do since what do you call it? Gotta love that fucking song. It's so distracting. But yeah, I had to do that in order to continue the series, because I couldn't just load up the old save with a new version of TTW, as it could have unforeseen consequences in the long run, and I wasn't willing to risk it, just breaking everything literally. So that's the reason why I had to redo the whole thing. And whilst playing through 3.3, I realized just how empty the world is without those additional POIs. And that kind of made me think, okay, I want to see if I can actually get 3.2 working again, and then make a stance on it. I was heavily leaning towards actually continuing 3.2 and just, you know, waiting with 3.3 until another time, another year, who knows. Unfortunately though, I did a couple of missteps along the way that made it so that now it's literally impossible for me to do so. Play 3.2, that is. The first misstep I did was that I didn't take backups of my old saves, which was obviously a little bit problematic, because when I installed 3.3, it kind of like, you know, deleted my saves, because I decided to do a clean install like they recommend you to do as well. And I didn't quite contemplate that would also completely remove my saves. I don't know if it's possible to retrieve them through Steam's cloud saves in some weird black magic kind of way. Maybe it is, but it would probably mean, you know, I would have to reinstall everything again, which I already had to do for other reasons, because after I thought, like, okay, I want to return to maybe the 3.2 just to see if it's still, I can still get it to work with updated mods in terms of the other associated mods with TTW and all that stuff. Also so that I could have like both versions available if I needed to. But that's when I did the second boo-boo, which is that locally the folder that contains TTW was named Tale of Two Wastelands, with no extension on what version number it was. And Past Dragon was so smart that he did the same for 3.2's baseline Tale of Two Wastelands install. For reference, that version had 3 different mod files or whatever folders that I was enabling, because they had 2 patches to 3.2 to get it up to 3.2. And without thinking it through, I accidentally moved the 3.2 base install into my mod folder, because obviously you can't install it through Nexus because it's not on there. They have their own install and all that. And because I did it that way, and both folders had the same name, it did a couple of things. Because without thinking, I just said yes, and it started overwriting the files that were duplicates and whatnot, essentially merging 3.2's baseline install with 3.3's TTW install. And that meant that not only did I completely mess up my 3.2 baseline install, but I also messed up 3.3. So now I had no version of TTW working, essentially. And the issue with that is also multifold, in the way that in order to install TTW, you need to set aside a couple hours, most likely, and your CPU, where you're not using your computer, because essentially it has to process all the audio files during the installing process of the base game, and that takes a long time and a lot of processing power to do. So you're kind of just like in a situation where you can't really use your computer. And that meant that I had to spend another couple hours reinstalling the baseline TTW install as well. And to make the whole thing complete, the files for TTW, the mod files themselves, are very large single files where everything is located in. And that means in most likely of circumstances, like in mine it was, your trash bin is set up so that if you delete that file, it'll not be in your trash bin. It'll just be like completely gone. You can't just go into your trash bin and easily restore it like that. And I didn't even know that was a thing. So when I moved my baseline TTW 3.2 into the 3.3 install and merged them essentially, I couldn't undo that action either. I couldn't just Control Z and tell it to unmerge everything, you know, move things back into the old folders or anything like that. Which meant that my 3.2 baseline files were just completely gone and I couldn't restore them. And that's when I discovered that there was no way to actually re-download those files either. Because the TTW team, in an attempt to remove confusion and, you know, having them like be required to keep track of what versions are available and whenever people report issues and such, they basically just have like a no BS policy of saying you can only download the latest version and that's it. Right. You can't download 3.2, just like it doesn't exist out there. So unless you have someone else who has like an installer for it, or you have it lying around the installer coincidentally, which I didn't anymore, because it's been years since I installed the whole thing, you're just shit out of luck. You just can't restore it. And that meant that even if I had the save, like I couldn't return to that state of that the game was in to make it work. So essentially there was no way of me to even go back to 3.2 even if I wanted. And that's where we are now. Unfortunately. So yeah, that also sort of goes back to that interiors mod, which at least last time I checked wasn't updated for 3.3 of TTW. That also means that if that mod never gets updated to 3.3, any future playthroughs of TTW will just not, like, people will just not be able to use the mod, as far as I know. And that's where it gets like a little bit funky in my opinion. So remember the no bullshit policy that I just mentioned for TTW, the dev side at least. So the reason they do it is so that if someone reports an issue, you know, because it's an old version of the mod or whatever, they basically eliminate or cut down on those potential cases because the mods are just not available in that version, right? Okay, so it does remove all that. But yeah, we do get this gray filter when we're sneaking now. To the right. Yeah, I don't know if I like that. I mean, we look fucking cool as hell if I could see myself from the front. But I think we're just gonna stick to the Talon combat armor, honestly. Well, I've got it set anyway. But yeah, that's just unfortunately how it is. And I really just wish they would just make just at least the previous version available as like a download. Just so that, you know, modders that make TTW compatible mods have time to actually do the conversion, and also not to like mess up the playthroughs of people like me who might be streaming the game or just have like a long-going save and have to reinstall or lost like some of like the local files but still have the save and all that. Just like considerable stuff. Trying to repair this because I'm curious to see what its damage is. 51 damage. 314 DPS. So slightly less DPS than the light machine gun, but it's like a much higher per shot damage. On the other hand, it uses 308 ammunition, which is... I don't know how I feel about that. Damn. So this is basically like, what is it called? The Browning machine gun, right? I think that's what they were called. Or like a Fallout copy version of it, I suppose. I do like the weapon, but I need the same ammo for... Oh, the bar, yes. But doesn't that stand for Browning Automated Attack Rifle or something? But you're right, yeah, BAR, that's the one. And the other one is the Thompson, which also exists in the game in some format. Auto rifle. Browning auto rifle, right. Here, the 45 auto submachine gun, that's basically a Thompson machine gun. Or like a Tommy gun. This one. I think due to the reskin, it might even say... Yeah, it says Thompson submachine gun on the model there, on the stock. Yeah, Browning is English. Thompson USA, yeah. I was like, I watched like Simple History on YouTube, and regarding these submachine guns, one of the things that they said was that, that was stated in one of the Simple History videos, is that I guess it would have been the US Army, or was it the... I can't remember if it was the English or whatever, but they were like talking about the Thompson machine gun, and they said they didn't want to go to war with a gangster weapon or something like that. Scout weapon only, good and close in-range fighting. I mean, it's a submachine gun, so yeah. But it was like good because of its high rate of fire, right? Number 1 scout in a section. Put the automatic rifle in now because I don't know if I'll be using that. The light machine gun is just so much better. I mean, this one's also got like some decals on the side, but it's really hard to read at this FOV. Let's do something dangerous, just because I'm curious. Because I can't remember what this is based off. Okay, it's not quite the same resolution when it's in your hands. I was hoping you could read it. Or MG something something. Spray and pray, you mean? Spray and forget. Haven't heard that phrase before. 3 is with the pistol, 4 was the shotgun, that's what it was. So... The issue is that this is... Okay, it's not that bad to reload. I think I can get behind that. Do want the 12 gauge choke though, just to increase the accuracy of the bastard. Let's go and get one of those. And that would be in the capital wasteland. Let's return there. Small caliber, around 9mm. Yeah, in this game it's 40.45mm. Ammo, that is. So the question is, was it in Rivet City or Megaton? It's the same US term. I mean, you can get 9mm submachine guns in this game as well. They look like MP5s or like something like an old version or stripped down version of those German submachine guns, pretty much. And yeah, they use 9mm ammunition. The .45 uses .45.
Have you seen any?
Decided to check out the shop.
Of course, it is a video game, so I don't know how close to reality all of this is. I mean, I'm not a gun expert IRL, so I wouldn't know much. What I do know is just like, you know, it differentiates between what the reality is like and what video games depict them as. It's a lot of work trying to get this stuff right, though. I mean, especially if you have no like firearms experience to begin with.
Another set of...
And that's probably why games such as Battlefield, for instance, or Arma for that matter, probably use a lot of, you know, research and development and tweaking and modeling, texturing and sound editing and all the things you can imagine, just to try and get the feel of the firearms more right, you know? MP40 Maschinenpistole. 12 years in the military like you did.
He can kiss my ass. We've got plenty of bottle caps. Let me in, goddammit.
Hey,
How many times do we have to go through this? You're not getting in.
I can stand here all day yelling at you through this damn speaker if I have to.
I've already told you Tenpenny won't allow zombies to live here.
Who the hell are you calling a zombie?
You're definitely not human, that's for damn sure. For the last time, no zombies allowed.
No Z's.
Can't you tell the difference between me and a feral? Fine, I'll show you the goddamn difference. Just you wait. You'll get yours, all of you.
Sorry about that, just need to blow my nose and thought you wouldn't want to see or hear that. Just a bit of congestion is all. So,
I thought I told you to get the hell out of here. Tenpenny doesn't want your goddamn caps, and I don't want the goddamn headache. For the last time, get your rotten, ugly, goddamn ghoul ass off Mr. Tenpenny's private property.
yeah, I've got like this, what do you call, like a privacy flat thing, which is just a piece of plastic that's mounted onto the Logitech webcam. It just allows me to like black it out that way. It's just the easiest, instead of having to minimize the game and, you know, go into the overlays and disable the webcam that way. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I actually wanted this webcam, believe it or not. Also, it's one of those Logitech webcams that they basically most streamers will use due to like the performance and everything. It's just pretty convenient. You kiss your mother with that mouth?
What? Oh, sorry about that. I thought you were one of those damn ghouls looking for a handout. You are currently trespassing on Alistair Tenpenny's private property. You have some reason to be here?
Just want to look around a little. Come on, I won't hurt anybody.
This ain't a theme park, kid. Even if it was, you wouldn't be able to afford the admission. Now bugger off.
leave it up with the sound on so you can hear when they go to... Probably couldn't hear that because there's like... So I'm in the living room right now, and there's 2 doors between me and the toilet. There's like a an entry room slash hallway which connects all my rooms in the apartment, and the toilet is on the opposite side of that. So probably wouldn't be able to hear it even if I kept all the doors open due to my microphone settings and such. I also can mute the microphone by just tapping it on top, because there's like a touch button up there which mutes it. 100 caps sound about right. Come on, let me in just for a little while. I won't cause any trouble.
You're not getting in. Stop trying. It's not working. I'm done talking to you. Good luck out there.
Pretty place with sugar on top. Let me in, asshole. Maybe you could accept this 100 caps as insurance of my good behavior.
Perhaps you'll fit in around here better than I thought. All right.
100 caps is nothing, though. Literally nothing.
I got my eye on you. Don't bother Tenpenny or the other residents. If you so much as sneeze in the wrong direction, I'll gut you.
He was embarrassed, so he didn't do it on purpose. So I've got like a longtime friend of mine. During high school, he had this really lightweight remote, like wireless headset that had insane reception. And just while playing, you could suddenly hear like someone started peeing into a toilet.
Tenpenny Tower.
And it's like, God damn it, dude.
Stupid.
Do you absolutely have to do that? Like, he had the opportunity to mute it, but he just decided not to. So just like completely inconspicuously just walking around with that headset around his parents' house, and then whenever he had to go, he just went. And he just kept on having a conversation whilst doing it too. It was like so fucking casual. It almost hurts. Oh yeah, high roller sweet, or no. Had your cordless.
Charm,
I had to be very careful with that. Yeah. Imaginable. I don't remember. There are like some vendors in 10 Penny Tower. The fuck? See, this is the part of the game where I just don't remember anything. Because I've got no added interiors or anything like that. It means that this has always been here. I have no memory of this place. Gandalf would have said. Oh right, I remember now. So they've got like this, yeah. So this is like locked, and you can help the ghouls by opening this gate, and on the other side there's like feral ghouls, I believe, because it's like attached to a tunnel network or something. That's as far as I remember it, at least. So you can help out Roy by basically like getting that door open, and then when you return to Tenpenny Tower, the entire population here has been replaced by ghouls, who are just as bigoted as the fucking humans living here currently.
You're new around here. I'm Margaret Primrose. I run the Cafe Beau Monde. Stop by sometime.
Just a bunch of old farts in this place.
What are you in the mood for?
So this is the thing that I don't really understand. So Tenpenny Tower's got like all these merchants and such, and they sell all kinds of, you know, this lady's like loaded with just foods and stuff. But somehow they're making all this capable of all this, making by without really like allowing access to most people from the outside, right?
Welcome to Tenpenny Tower. We are safe from the wasteland in here. Welcome to
Seems a little bit
Boutique
unbelievable.
La Chic. I'm Lydia Montenegro, proprietor. Here you'll find only the best, with a price tag you can boast about to your friends.
Murder ghouls, how can you put that sweet old lady in danger, you monster? Hello, nurse.
Your taste in shopping venue is impeccable. How may I assist you?
These guys are just so fucking gotta stick so far up their own asses. It's ridiculous.
My boutique.
Because the story of this place is that, you know, bombs dropped, and then they were like, oh, we've got this massive tower that we could easily fortify, and then let's try and make it like a haven for successful people in this wasteland, let's say. And make it possible for people. She's selling fucking firearms. Make it possible for people to live a sort of as close as possible to pre-war life as they can. She's also selling weapon mods. Nothing too crazy by the looks of things, though. Oh, this is where we can buy a dart gun schematic. A little bit late for that, I suppose, but hey, we've got it now.
It's been a pleasure doing business.
Polite snobs.
Nice to see. Welcome to Tenpenny Tower. Well, Tenpenny Tower is.
That's also why, you know, all the residents here are just wearing like cool outfits.
We are safe from the wasteland in here.
Chang. Sorry I keep missing your neighborhood watch.
This guy.
I am Comrade Cheng, beloved leader of the people, shining servant of the community. How can I help you?
I vaguely remember this weirdo. It's nice to meet someone with a sense of civic duty. People don't need leaders, just good common sense. What?
Not very bright, are you? Don't worry, comrade.
Excuse me, I have my fucking
Even the least of
intelligence
us
char.
have some small, though important role to play in the community. For example, I've appointed a committee to discuss this problem with the ghouls trying to get in here. You know anything about ghouls?
Alright. You like the 50s style, really? I don't know. Committees won't help, you need to simply ignore them or exterminate them? Well, don't worry about the ghouls, comrade, you need to relax.
Perhaps you're right. My wife is always going on about how crazy I make her.
What do you think of the whole situation of the ghouls?
I'm sure it will end in bloodshed. It's serious business, comrade.
I think I can help you with your ghoul problem. Perhaps, comrade, the ghouls will join your committee, comrade.
Are you mocking me, comrade?
Oh, goddammit, that gave me infamy with Tenpenny Tower. No! I should not have done that.
I am
I was just curious to see what would happen. God damn it. He did not like that.
Hey.
For the moment, I do want to stay relatively neutral when it comes to the whole reputation thing. Because there's a couple ways you can resolve this. Herbert Daring Dashwood.
Hey, Chang. Herbert Dashwood. Damn glad to meet you. Call me Daring. Everyone else does.
Why does that name sound familiar? Did you have to earn that nickname, huh?
Maybe you've heard the GNR radio play?
Yeah.
The Adventures of Herbert Daring Dashwood? That's about me, you know. Based on my, earlier days. I even had a ghoul
Cool
manservant.
manservant named
Let me
Argyle,
ask you,
right?
You ever met a ghoul before?
Only one thing I like less than ghouls. Old geezers giving me orders. Okay. I've met some ghouls. They're just people trying to get by.
Ah, you've already learned some wisdom in your youth.
Hey, they gave him fame.
Congratulations.
Nice. What's it like living at Tenpenny Tower, but you know a thing or two about those ghouls?
Some ghouls moved into the nearby metro tunnel. There's a bunch of the so-called feral ghouls in there, but a handful seem the sociable type. I've tried explaining to my fellow tenants that not all ghouls are monsters, but they don't seem to care. The intelligent ones should stay away from our trigger-happy protectors. If there are enough feral ones, though, they could overwhelm security.
Just basically telling me oh yeah, there's like a tunnel full of feral ghouls, and if they came in here, our security would be overwhelmed, and we would be fucked. But yeah. I can take care of this ghoul situation, no problem.
Aha! An adventurous soul like myself. If I wasn't retired, I might come with you myself.
Kind of want to take on this situation.
Because
if I remember,
some of us are better suited to leave the community. By
damn.
calling you all comrades, I
Wonder if there's a storyline that can bring them together.
Sure. I'll drink to that.
You mean
comrade.
the ghouls and the residents? Or do you mean Argyle and Herbert
Doing well, I hope?
specifically?
I'm quite well, thank you.
Because I know that you can, okay. Because I know that it's possible to make the ghouls live here, but alongside the residents, that is a possibility. But if I recall, Tenpenny does end up getting murdered by them because of indifferences or something. And the residents that are living here are not necessarily too happy about the situation. Because some of them will be like, I cannot deal with this situation of living with the ghouls or something. And then they'll be like, it's either me or them. And they will just leave Tenpenny Tower and be replaced by ghouls, essentially, when they do move in.
Welcome to
Which is
the
kind of what I'll be
Federalist
trying to see if we can
Lounge.
accomplish.
I'm Shakes. Wet your whistle.
I hate robots.
I see, sir. Very well.
Tell me about Alistair Tenpenny. I wonder what it has to
He
say.
is the right Lord and Master of Tenpenny Tower. Or at least that's what my files say.
Why can't we be friends?
Nah. Drown the buggers.
I think I'll go scrounge up a little something to eat.
Hey, Michael.
I'm Michael Hawthorne. Who are you? And more importantly, should I care?
I'm your worst nightmare. I fucking love that sentence. What a fucking icebreaker. Wow. Man, I'm nobody in particular, but I'm sure you'll soon come to like
Oh,
me.
fine. We'll have to share a drink sometime. I'm always in the Federalist Lounge. There's certainly plenty to drink about. Take those ghouls, for example. Don't suppose you know anything about dealing with their kind, do you?
Smack him down. Let's just say I never met a ghoul I like. Look, I know enough about ghouls not to hate them.
Oh, I see. Well, I've never met one, so I wouldn't know. I just always thought. I guess I really don't know what I thought.
I don't suppose you know much about those ghouls?
We haven't discussed this already? Apparently, there's a pack of zombies living in the tunnels. Gustavo says he has it under control. On the bright side, it's given me another reason to hit the drink.
What a fucking drunk. You ever wonder if maybe you drink too much? I might be able to help deal with the problem.
Yeah? Talk to Gustavo.
Alright. Big backhander.
Ah, hello.
Hey.
A bunch of nameless NPCs.
Welcome to New Urban Apparel. I carry the finest in pre-war clothes. Hurry up, let's get you out of those old rags and into something fabulous.
Fabulous. You got a problem with the way I dress? You really think you can improve my look?
With my fashion sense and your bottle caps, there's no limit to what we can do for
There
your
it is.
image. I can't wait to get started.
Of course you can't. You want all my caps, that's what you're after. Are you worried about those ghouls?
They were told they can't live here, but those zombies are too stupid to understand. They live in their own filth, squatting in the nearby metro tunnel. Security keeps shooting them, but they keep coming back.
I might be able to solve this problem.
You're certainly welcome.
Okay, so everyone's just redirecting me to Chief Gustavo. Apart from the ones where it's like...
Hi.
Giving me a
So are you
reputation, I
still
suppose.
My name is Tiffany Cheng. My miserable excuse for a husband is
You're on the
Comrade
list.
Irving Cheng. And you can tell him I said so.
Isn't the wife supposed to honor and obey her husband? Oh god, whoa. Coming on a little bit strong there. You put up with a lot from your husband, huh?
Do you know he tried forming a committee to discuss the ghoul situation? A committee! He made himself chairman, of course. What we need is somebody to do something, not just talk about it. Don't suppose you know anything about ghouls, do you?
Don't enough ghouls to know I don't ever want to see one and stop worrying about those ghouls.
I wish I could. I get nightmares from time
Nag.
to time.
You know anything about these ghouls?
Living in the nearby tunnels. Why doesn't somebody do something?
It's only natural to be afraid of the unknown.
Perhaps you're right, but I prefer to keep my nightmares a fantasy and not test my luck with the real thing. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so... Which should be pretty apparent and seems fairly realistic, right? Some of the inhabitants here have no clue what a ghoul actually is, what sits on top of being a feral ghoul or not. Compared to like Herbert here, who's like a pretty stand-up guy by the looks of things. So some of them just don't want to deal with it. Which means that they're basically just, you know, being ignorant assholes. But given that it's a wasteland, it's not too far from what you'd expect, really. Now, the bigger beef I have with this place is fucking Tenpenny's desire to blow up Megaton for no reason, other than just to blow it up.
What have we here? A lost little girl? Do you have permission to be in here? If not, you should leave before it gets ugly.
The fuck did you just say to me, Susan? I'm not lost, I'm not a little girl, I'm not that bad. We could be friends. From my perspective, things can't get much uglier than they already are. Ain't nothing.
You've got a lot of nerve talking to me like that. But I can respect a woman who doesn't put up with crap. Think you're tough enough to take on a couple of ghouls?
Ghouls aren't so bad once you get to know them.
That's just what I
yeah,
thought.
That gives me infamy.
You're a scared little girl.
Those ghouls sure have people worked up, don't they?
Are you going to do something about the problem or not?
Yeah, about that, I'm not really in the ghoul extermination business.
I was hoping we could get along. What was I thinking?
You offering? Wow.
Later I'm not feeling well.
Yeah, come with me.
This is the Tenpenny Wellness Clinic, and I am Dr. Banfield. I keep the residents healthy.
Dude, you should take a look at yourself in the mirror recently. How old is this guy? Like, the front of his face looks awkwardly pale in comparison to the rest. The fuck? Being a doctor is a great and blah blah blah. Heard doctors make a ton of calves. Being a doctor is a great service to a community.
Yes, the healing art is a rewarding occupation. Is there something
So
I can
old he
help you with?
farts dust. You know who might have a lipoplasticator or microdermal graphlizer? Here's 100 caps for the local of a... What? I need to find a micro... Why do I need this? I think I've got a quest related to this since I have so many options.
I heard old Pinkerton at Rivet City had a lipoplasticator and microdermal graftalizer. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't jealous.
I think that's basically to give you an idea on, yeah, to find clues about the android. Yeah, thought so. That's a different quest though. Tell me about Alistair Tenpenny.
He's the landlord, although you hardly ever see him. I had to treat him once for bed sores, if you know what I mean. Wait, don't tell him I said that.
Bed sores, if you know what I mean. So much for what do you call it, non-disclosure policy or whatever it is in English again.
Charmed, I'm sure.
And these are just the toilets. So what do we have upstairs again? Because this place is pretty big.
Ah, hello.
Just generic residents. Interesting. Why was this door not locked? It's like walking. For such a high roller suite, they sure have a lot of burned books though. But I guess for game balance, they didn't want them to be like undamaged either.
Edgar Wellington II. Have you met my wife, Millicent? Hold on. Who let you in here?
Oh, good day, good sir. Wait, who the fuck are you? What? He like... Okay. Don't worry, I was let in the front gate. Or I jumped over the walls when no one was looking. How do you think I got in here? No.
Very well. As long as security is aware of your presence. Can't be too careful these days. What with these ghouls and all. Gustavo says he has the situation well in order, but I wonder if he's really trying. Don't suppose you ran into any ghouls on your way in here?
I consider ghouls to be a problem, if that's what you're asking.
Then you obviously don't know anything about ghouls.
Really now? I think Toto told me that she also really wanted me to side with Tenpenny Tower for some reason.
There's a pack of zombies living nearby in some old tunnel. They asked to move in, naturally. They were told to go to hell. Gustavo's hired some additional goons. Seems to be working. Still makes one a bit fidgety having those loathsome creatures around. I wouldn't even want them as slaves.
See, if you weren't so fucking condescending, you wouldn't have to pay extra taxes probably for living here or whatever rent the system they've got going to pay for those extra gods. Well, that's just my take. You ever wonder what those ghouls think of you and your snobby friends?
Well, I just remembered I have something important to do. Goodbye.
Mixed. A little bit good mixed with a little bit bad. People haven't figured you out yet. Good.
Introductions are in order. I am Mrs. Edgar Wellington. You may refer to me as Madam or my Lady Wellington.
Listen to this fucking bitch. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh look, another stuck-up bitch. How impressive. It's very nice to meet you, my Lady Wellington. I mean, let's play along for now and see where we go.
You're better mannered than your apparent breeding would indicate. It is nice to make your acquaintance.
Apparent
you didn't
breeding.
happen to catch a glimpse of any ghouls on your way in here, did you?
I'd rather spend time with ghouls than some other people I know.
I do hope you're not referring to me. I'm certainly a better
no.
conversationalist than some stupid ghoul.
I wasn't
and
implying
I smell
that,
better,
though.
Too.
That...
Don't...
Yeah, that's just what she read into it. Hello, nurse.
Ah, hello.
Let's back to the lobby. Yeah, so let me try and recall.
Are you sure you don't want to make friends with the other ladies?
Yeah, as expected. So. We were just talking to each other. So that's part of why I always get confused with this Tenpenny Tower situations, that they do have like this extra residential area which is like so hidden up the back. Because there's like also the main floor elevator here, which takes you higher up even still, and it's not the same floor. And that always makes me forget that there's that second floor and
Mr.
miss out on some
Tenpenny isn't
conversation.
taking callers.
In the speech, I'm 100%. Here's the Tenpenny, but if you weren't so incompetent, you'd know that.
Hold on there a minute. Oh, all right, I'll let you in, but if Tenpenny hollers because he isn't expecting you, you're dead.
While he's gone, I can just like fucking steal his keys. I rarely steal, but you know. Dude, I'm not even allowed to shoot halfway this distance. What's he shooting for?
Fancy that! A visitor! I seldom get visitors, which is a tiresome shame, because I'm usually relentlessly bored out of my right mind.
Maybe if you didn't aim
All
a
of
fucking
these
sniper
confounded
rifle at
people
me, it would be
fluster
better.
about like I'm made of eggshells and about to fall to pieces at any moment. I'm surprised they even let you in. So, what do you think of my fine tower here? It's quite the jewel of the wasteland, isn't it? I dare say I'm quite proud of it myself.
You didn't build this tower, you just found it and moved in. Big fucking deal. It's okay here.
Rubbish! You must be daft. Look around. Where else in the wasteland have you seen such magnificence, I ask you? I had the great fortune to run into Mr. Burke, an absolute gem of a man. He certainly has a way of getting done what needs to get done, doesn't he? Then it was a matter of getting the right type of tenants with the right type of assets. And the rest is, as they say, history.
Can we talk about this? No, I can't mention it yet. It's hard to say this, Mr. Tenpenny, but I'm pretty sure Burke is like 6 feet under at the moment. Not a right next door look. What are you shooting at out there?
Why, anything I want, dear girl. Anything I want. Wasteland safari, very relaxing.
Fucking psycho. Quite a tower you have here, Mr. Tenpenny.
Some might say that Tenpenny Tower is my crowning achievement. But no, no, my dear girl, it is just the beginning.
Tell me about yourself.
Oh, it's impolite for a gentleman to talk about himself, but I'd hope this magnificent tower would speak volumes.
Dude, this guy's like compensating for something, I think. I think the binoculars teleported back here. Oops. Oh, what the fuck, dude? This guy never runs out of ammo.
Hi-ho!
Hi-ho!
Righto.
Hey-ho, Sherry. Oh, talk to you later, you fucking psycho. If I remember correctly, if you get the ghouls to live inside Tenpenny Tower, I'm pretty sure you can find Alistair Tenpenny himself murdered. Oh yeah, lying congressional style. This guy has a awful affinity for milk for some reason. Oh yeah, I remember this. Also, like, how would this even work? You would need to have the plumbing in the middle of the room like that. He seems like such a nice guy. Also, he has 2 fucking sinks in the diagonally opposite end of the room. There's no door to the bathroom either. And for such a big room, you're just sitting in the fucking corner like some kind of naughty child at school or something. Then when you're taking a fucking bath, not only are you're like facing your back towards here, most likely. No, actually no. Screw that. You're not. I'm just looking at that differently. And he's got like this fucking atrium with all these plants in the middle. Like, what the fuck? Oh, wrong way. But yeah, it's like they've got that whole committee thing, and you can.
Mr. Tenpenny isn't taking call.
You can like convince them to get a majority of a vote for them moving in, essentially.
This better be important.
Okay. What's the ghoul situation coming along?
That damn Roy Phillips won't take no for an answer. Keep showing up, looking for a handout. He and his kind aren't wanted. End of story. If I were a betting man, I'd place a stack of caps on him trying something violent soon. And that would make Tenpenny nervous. I don't like it when Tenpenny gets nervous. But I can't spare the manpower to go hunt down Roy Phillips and his band of misfits, or I'd gladly end this thing once and for all.
What the hell's a ghoul anyway? Some kind of deceased human? Perhaps the residents could be persuaded to let the ghouls live here. Have you even tried talking to the ghouls? I bet you can work something out.
Tenpenny doesn't care how big their pile of bottle caps is. He won't let ghouls live here. Those ghouls need to give up and go bother someone else.
You're all bigots. You're all bigots.
Your bleeding heart is liable to get you in a lot of trouble one day. Look, kid. Eventually all ghouls go zombie on your ass. It's only a matter of time. Kill them when you find them. It's a win-win. You put them out of their misery and save someone else from getting torn apart.
Gonna find a non-violent solution to your ghoul problem.
That's a laugh. Roy Phillips can't be reasoned with. Trust me. But go ahead and try and talk some sense into him. It's your funeral. They've holed up in the nearby metro tunnels. They're living with packs of feral ghouls. They've barred the main entrance. Go through the train yard. Good luck, kid. You're gonna need it.
Can I trade with him?
I guess we could do a little...
We can. Doesn't have a lot of caps in stock though. Plenty of ammunition though, holy fuck. Might as well. Okay. Plenty of ammo for the kind of rounds that they have, at least.
Another satisfying.
Okay, let's get the fuck out of here.
Hello.
Oh, hello there. Yeah, there's not a lot of nice people in this tower here. There are a few though. Can you like let me through the gate, dude?
I'm not here for your entertainment.
Then open the fucking gate, you moron. Lol. Let me just go in with the button on that intercom. So you say train station. What direction though? There's some POI to the west of here. And to the southwest of here. Southwest is probably that building over there. Okay, it's getting used to the... Nice. Look at that fucking Play-Doh quality. Can't really notice it at this distance, but when you're zooming in, there we go. Then again, normally you can't zoom in like that, so... The dust devils. There's a metro tunnel entrance here. Is that the... that was the POI. I am encountering this. Oh no. Oh, that's just... oh. Wait. Okay, it's a giant rat scorpion. We want to see if there's something around this house. It's not a POI though, so it kind of implies you can't enter it, but you never know. Old Bethesda level design is kind of like that some places. So let's try out the new shotgun just to see. I also forgot something, didn't I? Oh no, I did touch the scope. Yeah, it's not too bad. Reloading it is not too bad either. Oh, that is actually a door we might be able to enter. I really like this shotgun. Getting a unique variant would be kind of kick-ass though. Door to Lucky's. Hello. Oh yeah, would be stealing, wouldn't it?
Watch it, will you?
What? Because I tripped over one of your fucking cans. Clean up,
What do you
lady.
need?
So, what do you have? 745.45 auto rounds. Nice. That's useful. Selling some pulse grenades, incendiary grenades. Wasteland outfit, is that your her own clothes. Stims and Nuka-Cola Quantum. I added to the collection, why not?
Give me a shout if you need anything else.
So was that actually... Oh, that's cool. That was actually the Nuka-Cola Quantum in this shelf here. Oh dude, look at this fucking gnome. Look how tiny it is.
Evening.
Can I buy that? No, because she's not selling miscellaneous items. Oh. It's interesting how that was a detail though that they decided to program into this place. That if you buy her Nuka-Cola Quantum, she'll just like it'll disappear from the shelves. Huh. How many places in the game are like that? Because there's not a lot of opportunity to notice anything like this. Also, this is not stealing. This is... I can just take this. Damn. Who's damn? Yeah, that was an unmarked... Whoa, hello! Fucking Talon Company. Should be easy, right? Not a lot of stores we know yet. That's the thing though, there's a lot of scavengers around the place, or prospectors that have like unmarked locations that you can go and trade with. Either inside like buildings here and there, or like out in the wasteland proper. Either walking around or actually even situated in like a small camp of theirs. There is actually a lot, they just usually don't have anything worth trading. Oh, stores like that. Okay, so you mean like where if you buy some... I mean, it might also literally only be that one item that behaves like that. Because it's like ultra specific, right? I wonder if you steal it, if it will also appear in her inventory then. Disappear from her trade stock. I wonder if flak and shrapnel is set up in the same way. That the guns on the tables, if you steal them, they won't be able to sell them and such. Might piss her off. I mean, what she doesn't know doesn't hurt her. Right? She's like, she's not as bad as Skyrim traders. But, you know, you can just like pick it up using the set key and then just drag it somewhere else and then loot it. Naughty boy. I've done that a couple times, yeah. It's mostly for the permanent skill increase books though. Because permanent skill increases? Hello. Why wouldn't you? There are some places in New Vegas that are like that, where there'll be a permanent skill increase book somewhere, but the only way to get it is that if you steal it, because they don't sell it, and you can't not steal it to acquire it. Like, it's not a quest reward or anything like that. It do be like that. Blame ammo is a bad influence on me? Oh, I don't think so. I think that would be Toto. She's the one who on one of the first streams wanted me to trigger the bomb in Megaton. She's the one who said that, remember, outer gangers are people too. More like the other way around. Oh, you think... Oh, so now I'm the bad influence, is that what you're implying? I could probably get behind that. I wouldn't argue. Warrington train yard. This has to be the train yard that he's talking about. I mean, there are ghouls here too, so that would kind of fit the bill, wouldn't it? Yeah, and then we can enter it here. Let's clear out the train yard first, though. Say hello to my little friend. Who needs stairs, I guess? Oh, Eddie's off. Slightly irradiated though. So many stim packs. Oh, fuck me. These are the dangerous ones. Because they do a lot of damage. Slightly irradiated here too. How did these barrels even get here in the first place? Unless this... Oh, hello Eddie. Unless this train yard was abandoned before the war even happened. Yeah, the quest line with Roy Phillips is kind of interesting. You can get a very, very spicy item that is unique in a lot of ways, which is a clothing item. It's a headpiece to be specific. Though I do not recall what the oh, hello, sniper rifle. Like you do have to resolve it in a specific way, I believe, in order to get that item though. And what? Oh, never done the bomb story time? Oh, you should try it at some point, Hawkeye, if you ever were to do another playthrough. I can highly recommend trying to make like a badass or bad evil character rather, just to see what's different, because there's actually a lot of different resolutions to quest lines, and it has not only effects on the story world, but also can give you alternate rewards that you otherwise just don't get. Like for instance, with this quest line you can get a ghoul mask, which if you wear it makes you completely invisible or completely ignored by other feral ghouls around you, no matter where in the game you are. Missile launcher, nice. So it's literally like a, what do you call it, a stealth boy against ghouls specifically, but it doesn't have like a timer and it's just a headpiece, right? But I can't remember how you get it, because I think it's like we can talk to Roy Phillips and he'll be like, oh yeah, help us out getting back at those fools or whatever at Tenpenny Tower. And I think he gives you the ghoul mask if you agree to do it their way, which is to go in and open the gates into Tenpenny Tower, essentially opening and allowing all the feral ghouls to come through that gateway. And he's giving you the ghoul mask so that you can pass by all the ghouls undetected. You know, because if you had to clear out all the ghouls to open up the gate in the first place because you're not a ghoul yourself, it would kind of ruin the whole reason for you getting to and opening that gate in the first place. I'm just curious, I'm seeing some enemy blips out here, but I mean, this must be like close to the edge of the map. No wait, this is westward, though there are some more POIs northwest of here. Okay, we're pretty far away, this corner here still. Let's just go back. But yeah, like for instance, if you decide to blow up Megaton with and get you know, accepting Burke's offer, there are a bunch of things you can still do in Megaton. Like you can't get your player home because obviously it's deleted from the map. But you do get one in a 10-penny tower as a replacement. So it's either like, do you want a player home in 10-penny tower or in Megaton, basically. And put out fires. It's also like if you return to Megaton after it's been nuked, you can still do the Wasteland Survival Guide. Mortar is still there, but because it got blown to hell by nuclear bombs, she's now a ghoul, for instance. But otherwise, you can continue that questline just fine. So there's like a bunch of different resolutions to it. So it's not just like the location is now unavailable and all the quests are completely impossible to do. It's not that simple, fortunately. They put a lot of work into that. And in some cases, like depending on how you resolve the quests, you do get the option for those specific rewards. Where if you don't choose specific dialogue options, those rewards, like you would be completely oblivious, maybe even at those as to the existence of them. Like for instance with Greyditch, and I only found that out by coincidence because I had to replay the whole thing and I sort of speed ran it, if you will. And the doctor down in the subway areas, whom you talk with, and he's like, oh yeah, I'm doing like experiments on these fire ants and such. He can give you that injection that gives you increased fire resistance, and then either, what is it? I think it's either strength or perception. You get to choose one of the two. So it's like either and strength or and perception. And that is like really cool because that's a permanent perk that you just get throughout the entirety of your playthrough, especially for TTW. That's pretty cool. Yeah, 25% fire resistance, which obviously works on flamethrowers, incinerators, incendiary grenades, everything fire related, really. But I learned that if you don't deal with his dialogue in the right way, even if you complete the quest line to the same extent that I originally did, he just won't give you the injection. Because you have to choose a specific dialogue option when you're talking about rewards with him. And if you don't do it while you're talking with him about the rewards initially, or whatever, those just become unavailable permanently. Because you can't just return to him later and then get it after the fact. Which is kind of weird in my opinion. Because it's like so easy to miss out on it because I just breezed through all the dialogue when I was replaying the game up to the same point, you know, that I didn't realize when I speedran through that portion of the game that I'd never received the injection and never had the dialogue to do so either when I returned to talk with him later. That's when I read up on the whole situation and I realized that fuck, I've like played for multiple hours you know, after that, and now if I wanted to do it legitimately I would have to like load a save multiple hours prior to where I was at that time, which obviously I didn't want to do because, you know, I wasn't intending on having to replay the whole game to begin with. So what I did was I ended up just going in through console commands and just adding it that way, because it is a perk, so you can add perks through console commands. And at the end of the day, it doesn't really, it makes literally no difference. There's no different dialogue with the guy, there's no alternate resolution where you get something else in compensation for the fact that it didn't receive the injection, amongst a bunch of other aspects, you know. There's literally no other difference. And the only thing I had to do differently was just select a specific dialogue option to get that reward, right? so. So I figured it would be fine to just go in and add it for console commands. Because I had it on the original playthrough, so... So that's what it was. But yeah, similarly, there are some instances where... Oh, this is where we came from. Where some quests, if you resolve them in one way, will only give you like a handful of caps. Nothing super special, but then if you beat it in a completely different way, you either get like unique apparel, unique weapons, and you know, obviously also possibly a permanent perk. Which is kind of crazy. I think Moira's survival guide is a good indicator of that. Because it kind of like shows you all these things that you can do, and every time there's like an optional objective you can decide whether or not you want to do. Like, for instance, if I remember correctly, regarding her radiation sickness objective, if you don't do the option, like, or rather, if you decide to do the optional one of getting extreme radiation poisoning, you get a permanent perk as well that if your radiation goes beyond a certain level, it makes all your limbs regenerate on their own. And there's no downside to having that perk, so why not just get it, you know? Why miss out on that, something like that? Otherwise, I think she just gives you the rat away and cures your... I mean, she'll always cure all your radiation poisoning anyways. So you might as well just drink a little bit more contaminated water from the toilet bowl, you know? Who wouldn't want to? Oh my Gianni. Johnny Guitar. That song is like one of those songs where when you've played Fallout New Vegas for way too long, having the radio run 24/7, that song just stands out so much for some reason, and you always notice when that's the song that comes on. Stagger them. Good. Oh. Is she? Am I really gonna do a full reload? Nice. Okay, that's immensely nice. I expected it would just reload a single shell, huh? Johnny Guitar. I mean, I gotta hand it to them. That shotgun choke really like condenses all the pellets into like a very narrow cone of fire. If I aim just a little bit off to the side, it just doesn't hit whatsoever. Oh fuck! Press bear. Good thing I've got that fire resistance. But yeah, the shotgun choke combined with my perk, dude, he's like super accurate now. It's kind of nice. Lay it again. Johnny Guitar. This kind of looks like one of those areas that open up, but not really. Human flesh. Oh, I've got the evidence, boys. They've got human flesh. They're considered human. Can I use this bed? Yes. Nice. Same on stim packs. Warrington Station. The revolution starts here. Okay.
You there! Put your weapons away. Come over here. No funny business, unless you want to get shot.
That's cool with me. No matter where I go to, these guys will be. Everyone will be pointing guns to me.
What are you doing here? It's not safe for your kind around here.
Just passing through. Here to see Roy Phillips.
Oh yeah? Is he expecting you? Well then, run along. It's not wise to keep Roy waiting. Has a bit of a temper, that one. You watch yourself.
So, what are you doing in the metro tunnels?
I've been stomping around with Roy and his gang of misfits. Roy's a no-nonsense, take-no-prisoners kind of guy. He heard about this tenpenny asshole, and now he's trying to get us in that tower. He's hatching some kind of plan to kill all those bigot bastards. Believe it or not, I used to vacation there.
So, what's it like being a ghoul?
I wasn't always like this. I was a goddamn scientist. We were doing great things. Amazing things. Sure, sacrifices were required. Some people got hurt, but we were making real progress. But then those goddamn bombs dropped. Karma's a real bitch. You'd be wise to remember that. Live.
I mean, this guy is kind of putting it straight to us, right? If you side with Roy Phillips, his intention is pretty clear from the beginning. He wants to kill those bastards. You know? Yeah, it's like no fucking patience when it comes to them. I don't think there's any way to like resolve it. Why is this red? The fuck? I don't know if that gave me like a fast roll point on the other end, but here we go. And kill Roy. The mask, Hawkeye, put the mask. Think about it. Ah, this is where we go. I do think this is like one of those areas where it's like, it's weird to like justify either party's actions. Because Tenpenny is like a fucking racist asshole who is just kind of self-centered and at the same time there's these ghouls which some of them seem to be fine, and then there's Roy Phillips. That's life. Seen a movie, anyone who puts on the mask, it's Loki made it, yeah. That's true. So,
what do you want?
God, this is so fucking bright because of the Pip-Boy light. So, what are you doing in the metro tunnels?
Biding our time, making plans, getting ready. Tenpenny and his pack of elitist wannabes can't keep us out of that tower forever. We've got rights, and we'll take them if they aren't given to us.
You're secure in these tunnels. Why try to get into the Tenpenny? Anyways, it's Tenpenny's tower. You can do whatever you want. Why try to get in there?
Ghouls aren't built for luxury and comfort, is that it? You think ghouls belong scurrying around in that dark, dank underbelly of the wasteland?
It's not what I'm implying. It's not what I'm implying at all. That was just a pretty straightforward question now. Objective question. Might be able to get you in there.
I already got a plan. They think I'm a monster? I'll show them the real monsters. We'll unleash our feral brethren on them. All those bigoted sons of bitches will get torn apart. Trouble is getting past the damn subway access door. You see this? Some kind of escape door that leads from the Tenpenny basement to the subway tunnels. There must be some way to get that open.
Whatever, you know better than Tenpenny. Let me try talking to Tenpenny. Maybe he wouldn't mind you living there? Right on, killer's elitist. I think I can help you with that. Escape door. Hold on. I can't do that right now.
Ha! Those snooty bitches probably can't stand living with each other, let alone with us. But by all means, try talking to Tenpenny if you like. But it won't work. Then we'll do it my way. You get that escape door in the Tenpenny basement open, and I'll unleash those ferals on them.
I killed a bunch of crazy ghouls in the metro tunnels.
So you killed a bunch of feral ghouls. I got no compassion left for those mindless freaks. But they were a nice deterrent keeping out smooth-skinned bastards like yourself. Hurry!
Let me just quickly reload a save and pop something out. Oh hey Toto! Ooh, I'm curious, Toto, what's your take on Roy Phillips and Tenpenny Tower?
What do you want?
I would like to... I'm morbidly curious. I'd really like to know.
Bye.
Let me just race through this dialogue again.
I already got it. You see this?
I think I can help you with that escape door.
Now you're talking my language. I'll gather up a horde of ferals and wait for you by that escape door. You find a way to get it open, and then we'll sit back and enjoy the show.
Maybe we should try to talk to Tenpenny. That might be a peaceful solution. Blow Megaton, keep tower. I mean, you get to keep it regardless. Don't you? Because whether or not you side with, like, help out Roy Phillips or not, you still get to keep your house, your apartment, if that's what you mean. The only difference is that some of the residents get replaced by ghouls, depending on how you decide to resolve the situation.
Try it if you like.
Regardless, though, if you do side with the ghouls, I do think Tenpenny ends up dead.
I got... What about it? You think so, do you? Give it a shot, kid. But you're dreaming. I'll wait to give you a shot, but then we're doing it my way.
But there's the thing about the ghoul mask, though. There's a third option. I mean, so there's 3 options, as far as I know. You can take out the ghouls for 10 pennies goons or whatever, so that they don't bother them anymore. There is, you can help out Roy Phillips and basically replace everyone in Tenpenny Tower with ghouls from his crew by letting them, the feral ghouls, overrun Tenpenny Tower. Or I think taking them out yourself, maybe even. Or you can try and come up with a compromise by convincing some of the inhabitants, where some of them will be reluctant and say, like, better live out in the wasteland with a bunch of ghouls and basically GTFO, whilst others are going to be much more accommodating. But if you do that, peaceful resolution, Roy Phillips ends up killing Tenpenny anyway. Like, you can find Tenpenny just murdered at some point and get his clothes if you really want to. At least on this side of the quest. But I need to look something up real quick, because I can't remember Fallout free ghoul mask, because there's like this ghoul mask which is really unique in a lot of ways. It's not pretty either. Yeah. Obtained by completing Tenpenny Tower in favor of Roy Phillips. What with the old man anyway? Let them move in and kill Roy. He's an asshole. Yeah, I don't know. Just says that completing the Tenpenny Tower in favor of Roy Phillips. But what does in favor of Roy Phillips mean? We can have the ghouls. Open the door. And without losing karma. Or negative karma. Oh my god. As the last stage is just telling them they can move in. Raiders nearby might kill Roy Phillips, therefore failing the quest, or one will be forced to kill the ghouls. Okay. So you can also kill Tenpenny directly, which then Gustavo will take his place instead, because then you're forced to also kill him. Talking to the residents about ghoul neighbors before Tenpenny may break the quest. Interesting. Walk through. Ew. I'm just curious because this is such a complex quest line that I'm just curious. Where does the mask come into play anyway? Because I can't remember when you get it. If Roy is killed immediately after gifting the player with the ghoul mask, for example, in a proactive attempt to prevent Roy from committing to disposing of the human tenants, both ghouls and human inhabitants. However, Roy's body mysteriously appears in the lobby in front of the Chief Gustavo's desk, and after 24 hours, all occupants of the tower, apart from Shakes, are removed. Huh. Interesting. Want to keep some smooth skins? I don't know. That's the thing, though. I just really want the mask, to be honest, because it's just such a cool item. One desires to enslave Susan, blah blah blah. You'll thank the Wanderer for helping them get into the tower, but then Roy's mask cannot be received, nor quest-related XP common. Once all required tenants are convinced or otherwise removed from the picture, visit Mr. Tenpenny for a 500 cap reward. Once Roy Phillips has been brought the news, he will reward the Wanderer with a ghoul mask, which makes them friendly with feral ghouls. Additionally, one will also gain a 300 XP reward. Yeah, so there's speech check, which probably won't be easy. And then they either leave or they accept the change, of course. Stuff like assassinations is also a thing. Okay, so it sounds like I just have to complete the quest line regardless. And then we will get the item. So let's try that. We can just pop down and save, and then everything goes into a non-favorable situation. I will just have to let all the ghouls inside. Doesn't that sound nice? It's actually interesting that there's not a resolution which involves you taking out the ghouls in the subway station. Like on the way there anyways. What if you took out all the ghouls that are supposed to, like, you know, take out the inhabitants of Tenpenny Tower, but you still unlock the door? Also, I think this is the wrong way. Oh, fuck. What are you up to this weekend, Toto? More 7 days? Assuming you guys are still playing, that is. I mean, I've seen you guys been playing a lot of 7 days, so I assume so. That's the wrong way, though. So was it back this way, I think? This way, I think. Yeah. Because we got through here and the guy was like, oh, you can come up and talk to me. It's stuff on 7 days. Stuff. Okay. Awfully vague, but okay. So if when I'm done with this, I have to go all the way through this fucking train system again just to get to Roy Phillips, I think. Oh wait, I'm a dumbass. Why am I walking the... it's probably too late now. I did unlock the back door, basically, which is a shortcut. I should really just... Why didn't I think about using that? Damn it. This is definitely the long way back.
They say that happiness is just a thing called joy. He's got a smile that makes the lilacs want to grow.
Say it isn't Joe. Say it isn't Joe. Everybody's saying you don't want me. Say it isn't Joe.
Oh, Deanie boy.
But yeah, you guys still playing on the Spoon server? Or did Capto go in and rehost the server as like a dedicated one in his system? Let me in. God damn it. What do you guys keep? Keep your panties on. Yeah. Hey, let's try and pass this without. He made a server, so Toto moved there. Did you guys start over? Is it with the mod? Is it because I was wondering that, because that's the last thing I remember asking Cap, or talking with Cap about as well. He mentioned that he might do the server because it was running off Spoon's laptop, which was probably having a meltdown every time someone like moved anywhere.
Make it quick, Missy.
Have you ever been to the basement? I hear there's an escape tunnel. Started over, yes. How long ago was that? Because I feel like I got shafted on Spoon server because you were all like super far ahead of me. So I basically couldn't play with any of you. Because doing so just, you know, basically made me get one-shotted over and over again. Or at least something to the feel of that. And how do you feel about having a few ghouls and neighbors?
I've come too far to share my digs with some droopy ghoul.
I've met these ghouls, they're not so
Well,
bad.
if you don't mind their stink, then you should go squat with them in their dirty tunnels and leave us civilized people alone.
Yeah, my speech is not high enough for this. What if all your other neighbors agree?
There's no way they'd agree to letting ghouls live here. We all came here to get away from things like ghouls and disease and all that ugliness.
Maybe I need to get my speech increased. I don't think I'm... I don't think I can resolve this peacefully if I don't... No, it's just when you say it's almost impossible to solo, but when I try playing it, like we would have to actually play together, like do everything together, so you would have to level boost me basically until I can... I'm up at your guys' level, which also doesn't really sound like the best of fun in my opinion. So it would either be playing alone or doing level boosting. But if you say it's like almost impossible to solo, that sounds weird though. The only thing that made it impossible when I was playing is the fact that there was just like so much stuff that was spawning in because of you guys being around. And when it spawned in, it was like higher level than what I could take. And at least that's what it seemed like. As to why there were all those radioactive ghouls wandering around all over the place. Because as soon as I got just a little bit away from the spawn area on Spoon server, it quietened down quite a lot, at least from what I remember. There weren't like literally, you know, high level ghouls, zombies walking around everywhere. And it seemed manageable to do solo. So, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we should walk around the DC rooms to get some XP. That could be easy. Should have some other quests we can do. Could also start going for the bobbleheads. Got like quest lines that mark them. I think also the well, there also was one for the snow globes. Apparently not. Is it a random gen? Big map server? What does that mean exactly? Because that also was one of the things I wasn't too hyped about on Spoon servers, that it was pre-gen, but okay. See, I was wondering if it was like part of the mod that it had to be pre-gen or not, but I assume you've had enough of a test to see if that's actually the case. What would you say is the better experience than what you've tried so far anyway? Tree of the Declaration of Independence from the National Archives. The National Archives. Okay, let's try and see if we can't get this. But yeah, which of the two maps, I guess you could say, do you find preferable? I mean, you can't really say maps, but you know what I mean. Map types, I guess. Because I might give it another go. I know a little bit more about the mod now too, so I know the early stage progression, how to do it a little bit better. Because I think knowing that you can do scrap tools and armor and stuff like that is what I was missing. Because I was sort of... I didn't really have any... didn't seem like I had ways to progress, like, gradually into things. But I think it was just because I was unaware of the existence of those things. Cap place pregen way too small? Sorry, what? Oh, so you're saying... Yeah, I know that Spoons was pre-gen, but what are you saying? Are you saying that you prefer caps because pre-gen is way too small? Okay, so that's what you meant. Okay, got it. Because like, without even comments or anything, cap plays pre-gen way too small. It's like... halfway like an incoherent sentence. Are you also eating peanuts just like Hawkeye is? Honey glazed peanuts. Because that's his excuse. But yeah, I didn't know if it felt too small, but I did feel that it felt very, like it didn't feel small when I was playing with you guys on Spoon servers, but I could feel that it felt very restrictive, confining in a sense, because, you know, everything was predetermined in terms of location, so you knew that, oh, if you needed to go to a desert, you had to go here and get these things here or something like that. Peanuts. Peanuts. Let's get some of this stored because I don't need 15 weapon repair kits on my person. A little bit too heavy for that. Regen is super restrictive. Well, I might give it a go then, because that's kind of like, if that's at least what my thought process was, that if Cap would do like a pre-gen thing, then I would come back and revisit the mod. Is that something you would like, Toto? Are you guys doing like a what do you call it? Complete free build out in the wild, or whatever you want to call it? Or are you like rebuilding another location? I wonder if this works. What if we put that in here? Nah. Because I did notice something peculiar about this one. We can actually, let's actually set that up just because I have a lot of these. Why not? You day 158 in caps server. Right. It's gonna be fine. What could possibly go wrong? It's not like that has a massive impact on game stage or anything. Okay, so do I have to... Let me just try. No. Interesting. Maybe it only works with permanent stat books then. Because if you put permanent stat increasing books onto the shelf, they actually show up on the shelf, but maybe because these are magazines they don't. Oh well. Yeah, let's put it on there. Might as well. Ah. Or we could also put it on the bedside tables, like some bedtime reading or something. Ah, maybe that's a little bit weird. Let's put it on the shelf. Also, this is a fucking massive compendium. Also, Eddie, you're getting in the fucking way. Or is it fine since Total lives far from spawn, new players get demons free? Hmm. Is it like really bad with those demons? Because it seemed like a pretty big deal. I hadn't encountered any yet, but you know, I was like, wait, what? So I have a light source and now I'm dead? What exactly is going on here? You know? Thanks way for dummies. Just get it into position. There we go. That's all I need to do. That way it's now locked into place, so no matter how much I bump into it, it'll stay. Very nasty creatures. How do you counter them? Because you said they didn't like light sources. Is that just like you take damage from just being lit around them? Or is it just that they attack you if you're producing light around you or something? Like that's how they aggro onto you, basically. Because I just died for no reason. I didn't even get hit by anything from what I remember. I saw you get hit like multiple times by them that day when we were returning to your place, though. There's an undiscovered PY to the southeast, east-southeast. So I'm just curious about how the mechanics on those things are. Ow. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Ow. Mutant Massacre. Holding light gives you huge visibility. I assume you mean you become highly, like, visible to them, right? Oh my goodness. Yeah, to demons. But that doesn't explain why I just randomly died, though. Unless they literally just do that much damage that I didn't even realize that I was hit because I just died instantly. Which could have been a thing. But it's like you had just killed the demon that aggroed onto us because I had my light source out or whatever. And then suddenly I just died. This fucking weapon is MVP. Also, we have cleared out this place before, but it's been repopulated, it seems. That, yes. Too much damage. Yeah, but it's weird though, because I don't recall there being another demon there. That's the thing. So unless there was, and I just didn't see it. I think these don't reset. Let's go for that PY. I fucking love this gun. Got so much ammo for it now as well. Kinda ridiculous. I was also really curious about that Undead Legacy mod that the Salmon God was playing. And I have been for a while, but because he said like he'd played. I don't know if you were around, like stuck around to hear what he was saying about it, but he's tried like various different mod overhauls, including the one that you guys are currently playing. He said the Undead Legacy to him was felt more like into his preferences, and I have a feeling that him and I have very similar preferences on that front. There's a succubus that flies and shoots and also has very detailed models. Okay. Is it safe for work though? I mean, Spoons and Kiyo and Cap, I assume, they're all like streaming it, right? Still, so it's fine, right? Could be borderline NSFW though. It is safe for work. Oh, hello. I didn't see him. He didn't see me. Wow. This is like going, like, whoa, shit. Kind of reminds me of going through Ravenholm, this kind of experience. Ouch. Compared to others, it's high poly. Okay, so in that sense, so it's like, it doesn't really fit with the aesthetics of 7 Days, is that what you mean? Like it's way higher quality in terms of modeling and all that stuff to what else is in the game? There's a thing about Fallout New Vegas mods, especially for model replacements. It's like, if you're making a model replacer for just a singular item, I guess you preferably want to make it like intentionally, you know, in the same detail level as what's already in the game, unless you're literally replacing every single item, because if you don't, it's gonna stick out like a sore thumb, you know? At least that's what I think is the case with the model replacers in terms of the level of detail, because I don't think it's because the game engine can't handle it, you know, it's just more polygons. That's down to the GPU, I suppose. But it does make it stick out a lot. Fits well, but just says that the offer has its priority. I mean, depending on where that model comes from, you know? Just because it's in the mod doesn't mean that it's made by the mod offerer. Could be commissioned work, could be ripped assets, you never know. Could be original, but yeah. Right in the shoulder. I mean, considering that other guy was a mutant master, this hunting shotgun situation is pretty damn awesome. Manhole the sewer. What? We just came from the sewer. What sewer is that? Eat lead, asshole! Yeah. Oh shit, here's another one. So strange having Eddie in the Capital Wasteland though. Give decent amounts of experience. A bumper sword. Pretty cool item. Whoops. Whoops, what? He might try to do that? Oh, really? Has he talked about it? Because I think he wasn't he. I think he was in the raid that we did towards Salmon God that day, along with Kyo. Yeah, because it was actually Kyo who raided Salmon God. Because I suggested it, right? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, now I remember. Yeah, because we did. Well, on that one occasion, the first occasion anyway. I think I've also raided him later. But I do remember we raided. Kyo raided Salmon God, and then later that evening, towards the middle part of my stream, Salmon God came with everyone that had been raided with alongside Kyo over into my stream, and it was like one circle. Good for cutting cheese. The bumper sword? The sword? I just love saying it that way. I've met people who get infuriated for me pronouncing it sword instead of sword. Oh shit, this is an overlord. We need the big guns. What? I think he's disarmed though. Are you guys seeing this? Oh my god. Holy shit, that guy is made out of fucking titanium. And there's another one. Dude. I do like no damage to him. Under Legacy was available to be easy install in dedicated server. Oh, is that why? I could see why Cap would want to try that one. It did look like some of the models for Under Legacy was a little bit better polished too. From what I've seen of the crafting stations. In the shoot, what's. Yeah, this is where we get the light machine guns. Damn, no. Okay, our machine guns also taking a bit of a beating. Now it's up to better condition level though. But yeah, totally. Just let me know if Cap does decide to change things. I'll see when I can get around to actually playing 7 Days again, because I just started playing the Xenoblade Chronicles 2. What's it called again? Torn of the Golden Country DLC the other day, and I think it's much shorter than the base game, which I've also finished after 180 hours. But that's kind of got me preoccupied at the moment. I also have been a bit preoccupied with the Lego Star Wars game, Skywalker Saga. But I gotta say, I'm kind of disappointed with what we got for Skywalker Saga. It's like got its good parts, but I think the negative parts outweigh the good to the point of almost making the game unenjoyable for me. For a couple of reasons. What? Where are you? Oh shit! Another! Oh my god! Aim for the head and don't look the finger like a trigger, I guess. This guy's using a bar. Damn. But yeah, I've been keeping track of what other people have to say, and oddly enough, it seems like there's a good amount of people that say that Skywalker Saga is like the best Lego Star Wars game. In most cases followed by the complete saga, which let me just remind you guys, if you're unaware, came out in, what was it, 2007 or something like that, I think it was. Right? It's like super old. Let me just see here. Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga. We get a Wikipedia entry. Yes. Just so make sure. Yeah, release 6th of November 2007. That's when the Complete Saga came out. So we're comparing a game that came out literally this year with one that came out in 2007. So actually surprised Dragon not playing Lego Lord of the Rings instead. I've never actually played any of the Lego Lord of the Rings games. For reference, I suppose, before the Skywalker Saga, the last one I did play was the Complete Saga from back in the 2007 when it was still new. Because I played the ones covering episodes 1 through 3, like the prequels, and dipping into like with a teaser to, okay, I guess that's all there is down here, into episode 4, and then the next game I played was the Complete Saga, so I completely skipped all the in-between games because I wasn't really interested in them. Played other games, I suppose. But the issue I have with the Skywalker Saga is that for so many years in between the Complete Saga and Skywalker Saga, I don't feel like they've done justice to the series. Now, a lot of people will say that the open world aspects of the game are really good. Fuck. Hold on, I need to keep... Okay, that's the door. That's what I was missing. Some say that the open world segments are like the fucking tits, but I really don't like them. I think they're bland, boring, way too like uninspired. The only thing, like the things that are good about the game that are obvious improvements to the one from 2007 is combat is spot on, really good. I like the combat, though it does feel like you need to pretty much disable aim assist because it gets in the way if you're playing with a controller. Because you'll be like wanting to hit something, like throw your lightsaber at it, and you'll press the button for it, but then your character's gonna lock on to something that's behind you in some cases. So there's like a little bit, it's like a, I would say combat is like a 9 out of 10. You know, it's evolved enough from 2007 to now to be really enjoyable. And there's new things in it too, which means that using the different characters is more promoted now. Like there's actually more reason to it. Like you don't have a ton of useless characters like you used in the back in the day, where, for instance, astromech droids and protocol droids couldn't even attack anything, so the only thing they were used for were gaining access to certain areas. Now they can actually, you know, be used as an actual character, you know. Graphics, I would say, is a 10 out of 10, maybe a 9 out of 10, mainly because there are some performance issues in the game. On particularly some specific levels, it's really bad, and I've encountered a few instances where they seemingly intentionally left in something that literally looks like Play-Doh. But those are really rare, and you know, again, performance issues is something that can be addressed. Unfortunately, it's like a specific level mainly that almost every single person who's played the game is complaining about, though. But other than that, I mean, the graphics for the game look really good. You really can't compare it to 2007, you know. 2000 standards is like, it's so hard to compare because you're talking about like, what was it, PlayStation 2 graphics limitations essentially to current gen consoles in terms of what they were able to do and were restricted by. So that's kind of to be presumed, you know. I've seen some weird things though, like on the planet what's it called? 2 or something. The one where Luke is gone into exile. There's some weird stuff where the shader they use for the ground basically means that when you're walking around, it does some weird tessellation stuff where it lowers the terrain to make it look more bumpy. But because of the way that they're doing it, all the other rocks and geometry in the level start floating because they basically lower the mud down, and then you've got this three-dimensional model that you can see is floating, you know, just a couple millimeters above ground, and it's literally the entire play space is like that. So that's because of some weird shader stuff. Here's another trader, by the way, Hawkeye, but yeah, not like he has items out and about. But that's also pretty much where I think they hit the nail on the head with the Skywalker Saga. Combat graphics, you know, I don't complain there. The things that I do complain about is its high probability of crashing on you, or just generally being an unstable mess, if we're not even counting the level specific performance issues. I've had so many instances where, like, within a single day, multiple times that day, I literally had to alt F4 the game because it hard locked on me, to the point where you couldn't even enter your menu, so you couldn't save the game either, so you had to do rollback. And that's the last thing I want to have in a fucking what's it priced at on Steam anyway? Oh my god, Toad, I just saw your your screenshots on 7 days. Why didn't I hear that sound? I totally didn't notice. I gotta share that in a moment. But Skywalker Saga, where are you? So I've played it for 30 hours, by the way. So the Skywalker Saga is currently priced at €50, which euro in is about $54. And if you want the deluxe edition, which adds, you know, more characters, which also, by the way, is, I cannot spell to euro apparently, but it still knows what I'm doing. So with the deluxe edition being at about $65 or so, to have a, you know, full price game like that, AAA title and all that stuff, and then it have so many performance issues, it's just unacceptable. I know they say like games these days don't come out finished, but this is not an early access title. This should not be like that. Like it shouldn't be that bad. By the way, this fucking deluxe edition bonus set of characters is unpolished as hell. But yeah. Yes, I will give Darkness Falls another shot. Don't worry about it, Toto. It's just not... Maybe later today, I don't know. Also, this is what Toto sent me. Is that because you can import like assets into the game? How does that even work? Or is that like Ark's painting stuff? Because it looks like pretty high fidelity if it's just like loaded into the game and just using an in-game painting system. It just works. Hey, hey now, that's the wrong game. It's the wrong game. But yeah, the things that are probably like for Skywalker Saga that's about a 6 or 7 out of 10 is level design. I think they tried to do many things different from the complete saga, to the point where the game feel suffers from it. The structure of the game is just... My best way of explaining it and putting it into words is to say that the development of the game feels like they were so rushed that they needed to feel the player to be in a rush playing the game. Let me try and put some explaining worse than that. Essentially, what it feels like when you're playing the game is that the storyline is something that they rush you through. They cut down on the amount of levels per episode. So even though they've added 3 new episodes, you know, the new trilogy of the new sequel trilogy or whatever. Even though they've added 3 new episodes, they've also removed a level for each of the episodes in its entirety. So there's 5 per episode instead of 6. Which, you know, if it weren't for the fact that the complete saga was from 2007, it would have been fine. You know, if it was the first game in the title, you wouldn't have anything to compare it to. Or if it's, say, if we were in 2009, maybe, because of hardware limitations and all that kind of stuff. But we're talking about, like, a decade plus later, and cutting away stuff like that feels wrong, you know? Because it feels like the game is not gotten, like it's a different experience, but there's less of what was already there in previous games, right? But that's because your expectation is that there would at least be the amount of stuff that's already was there before. At least that's my perspective on it, and it's what other people have said too. Now, to be fair, we have the open world segments, which is literally 90% of the game now, it feels like. Storyline missions, for the most part, a lot of them only take like, there's some of them that literally take 2 minutes to play through if you cut away all the cutscenes. There's some missions that, like, flying through the Death Star is like, you have an on-rail segment, then you have an open segment, and then another on-rail section, and that's it. Those 2 on-rail sections, by the way, last barely a minute. So, and the area where you can fly around freely lasts a couple minutes too, at most. So you have an entire level that barely takes like a couple minutes to complete. Which is fine, you know, if you're considering the fact that you'll have to sometimes, most likely replay it at some later stage. But it's not like a lot of levels are like this. They just feel like you're rushing through it so fast that before you know it, you're through an entire episode's worth of content, and it doesn't feel like there's any content for the storyline missions, you know? Also, how do I get to the National Archives? Maybe from here? So that's kind of the general gist, that most of the content of the Skywalker saga is in the open world, which, you know, in the complete saga literally just consisted of a Cantina hub world. But now this whole open world space is sort of a hub world. But those hub worlds are really, really flat, to a certain degree. There's a lot of them, because it's basically every single planet that gets visited, apart from a few, are traversable as these open world segments, which have open world puzzles, and there's literally hundreds, like 700 or so world puzzles that you can do in these open world segments. Trying to get rid of these bastards. I don't remember if we've been here in this time around. I don't think so. There's literally no reason to use any other weapon at this point, it feels like. Ooh, level up. Speech. That's what we need. And let's get a little bit of medicine as well. Might just get intense training. How to build all the custom weapons. Oh, okay, that's what it means. Don't really need that. Gain 1% to earn experience per level gained? That sounds useful. It's level 20 is literally just unlocked right now. Is that a modded thing? Because that seems like a weird thing to get to choose in regular Fallout 3. or New Vegas because your level cap is 30, isn't it? Was it increased in New Vegas and with DLC and stuff? I honestly don't know. But I should definitely get that one though. Now. Skywalker Saga is fine, but I would definitely place the complete saga way like beyond like higher than the Skywalker Saga. Simply because they feel like they didn't do or provide what was this like a similar experience, and the one that they did provide, though being interesting in some aspects, doesn't deliver on what they're trying to do as well as they could have. So basically the open world segments are just huge open areas, which for the most part is just a bunch of copy-paste assets, it feels like. There's not a lot of uniqueness to them, so they get very bland very quickly. And even though it's like every single planet almost in the Star Wars universe, or the movies anyways, that's ever been accessed, like whether it's Geonosis, Coruscant, or whatever that you can go to, it just feels like, you know, more is, you know, sometimes less is more. And I feel that's kind of what is the case here, because you have like those 700 or whatever in-world puzzles, right? Which is an insane amount of stuff to do, but it feels like a...
The sky will fall, the earth will rise, the stars will shine open their toothy grins.
Oh right, I forgot that. It does feel like a, you know, an Assassin's Creed-like game or other open world experience where there's just like a billion different quest markers and POIs that get blips on the map that you can go and try and go to, but they on an individual basis rarely ever feel entertaining, if we will. And I basically decided to play all the episodes first before doing the open world exploration, because that's kind of what I felt like. I felt that I thought that the open world aspect of the game would be secondary and not the primary experience, but it's actually the opposite way around. The storyline feels very secondary because in the grand scope of things, it's like maybe 12 hours, 10 hours if you try and go for some of the you know, the major goals in the storyline missions. But even then, like if you were to just play through the storyline, you could probably play through it in like 8 hours or something, if not less, simply because it's so bloody short. Compare that to, like, you know, the complete saga, where the entirety of the game is the storyline missions, and some of them take like, you know, 20-30 minutes to complete, even if you're just running through them or something like that. It's like a very stark contrast all of a sudden. And then you have like this bland overworld kind of open world experience where the puzzles are a little bit of a mixed bag. I don't know. I feel like they just did too much or tried to do too many things. So yeah, level design gets like a really low rating on my end. Especially when we're comparing it to the fact of how old the complete saga is. And that's what I think is the most important aspect here. People say like recency bias is something that they don't consider themselves being affected by because the Skywalker Saga is a new game and that's why it's better than the older ones. But if we compare the complete saga in a... how would you say that? Not in a vacuum, but in regards to the time period in which it was released, what was possible at the time to achieve on a PlayStation 2 and so forth. I think it was PlayStation 2 at least. And then comparing it to what's possible today, you know? I would have expected a complete saga experience in terms of level design, with, you know, the new trilogy added on top of what was already there, with the graphical assets that we see that was implemented, but then with like an added overworld. I think that's... I did see the mini maps and I did hear it. Holy shit. It keeps going! What the fuck? Okay. Boo is me for not paying attention. Shit. Yeah, it would be in here then. Yeah, that was pretty nuts. I mean, I saw the mini nuke on the merry-go-round, and then I saw the landmine. I was like, oh, okay, if I trick one of those landmines, it always goes to fucking hell. Satchel charge mine. I don't know. This is basically a mini nuke minefield. Where? 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 Ah! God damn it! Where? I'm...
Trees! So many trees! To the north! But be careful, the trees are deadly, and the trees too will be consumed in the belly of the great
See that one, but that's not the one that's... It's gotta be like one in that bush.
And the sun will rise in the north. No, the northwest. For 44 days.
Here comes the sun. God damn it. Where? Just where?
Trees! So many trees. To the north. But be careful, the trees are deadly, and the trees too will be consumed
I tried.
in the belly of the great fat worm.
Frantic press of V, but VATS doesn't target these bastards for some reason. I think that's like a Fallout 4 thing.
Shall open in the earth and swallow the non-believers. They shall weep. Tears and salt and earth.
I mean, it can't be that mine. So I'm triggering like some other mine that I just don't see. Where is it?
Beware where I shall destroy you with the fire of the small sun before me. Beware where... One step further.
Where is it? It's not on the fucking thing either. I mean, the easy solution would be to stand over there and then shoot one of the mines, I guess.
My head. Why does
Right in front. I mean, I see that mine.
I can hear it moving, pulsing. Just leave me alone.
But it's like as soon as I step over here, there's like some inconspicuous mine that I just can't see.
Fire, burning bright.
Next to the mushroom.
Pain, misery, peace, love, better, death.
I don't see it.
You don't know, you can't know. You wish you knew, you wish, but only I know. Only me.
Got me the first time we came through there too. Where? It doesn't even look like it's coming from. Okay, it's definitely not there. Yeah, fucking mother. Damn it.
A great crack shall open in the earth and swallow the non-believers. Try new blammo! Soap, blast stains out, blast the whole world out. We've all been blammoed.
Where the fuck is it? Is it because, is it that mine over there? In that fucking... It looks like it's that mine that's exploding for some reason. But I'm like nowhere near it. Fuck. No, that's a mini nuke, so that means some other mine is triggering that thing to explode.
Your mother and my mother were hanging up clothes around the mulberry bush.
Wow. Thanks. Also, seems like my mom's in chat. God fucking...
Beware, worm, I shall destroy you with the fire of this small sun before me. Beware, worm! One step further.
Back next to the mushroom left of it?
In 1492, your mother and my mother were hanging up clothes around the mulberry bush.
The actual hell. I mean, it's not that mine because I'm disarming it. And I see there's like 2 mines there. I see those. There's another mini nuke in that trait basket. Is it because I'm not allowed to like go through the middle or something? In front of you. I mean, I see that one, but that's not the one that keeps blowing me up.
Why doesn't it ever stop hurting? Why? Please, I can hear it moving, pulsing. Just leave me alone.
I mean, there's nothing in that bush either, so that's not it. I can somehow stand here just fine. What the actual hell? So if I... Huh?
And the sun will rise.
This is fucking bullshit. That's what that is, unless it's because Eddie is like, Could that be the thing? Could it be because of Eddie?
The sun, it burns! Why does it burn? Why have we put the sun into a jar? What did we do with that jar? We broke it all over our little world.
This is fucking bullshit. Oops. Middle mouse button isn't. Fucking stepped onto the wrong plant, boo. What the actual hell? It's gotta be in this bush. Where? And how did I avoid triggering it in a moment ago? Ah! I don't see it though. Dude. Give me a fucking magnifying glass.
The sky will fall, the earth will rise, the stars will shine open their toothy grins and caress the sun with their love.
Courtship is causing a great upheaval. Now Adam was a sweet, young, innocent thing until the night that Miss Evil took him under her wing. Now
That's some fucking bullshit.
What? No, I'm
Unless it's got something to do with the mushrooms?
and for fire.
the human plan, but evil got him drunk.
Dude.
Prejudice and hate, and she taught him how to
One step further, not one. No, sir. I'll do it. I'll blow us all to hell. All of us. Me, you, and the world.
I have a feeling it's related to what the guy on the speaker is like. Yeah, I think it's because you have to take a specific path.
The sun, it burns. Why does it burn? Why have we put the sun into a jar? What did we do with that jar?
Shit. Got that one. Also, that thing tipped over for some reason. This is like... What is going on? Disarm those ones onto the seesaw. Nope. Can't even make that far. There's like either a fourth mine, unless it's like that one over there that blows me up.
Now his sleep will be trouble, and his life will be cursed. Lord, if Atom plays with
I think it's because the guy in question is like literally
Your mother and my mother were hanging up clothes around the mulberry bush.
It's like a fucking dude here as well.
Make him shut up, please. Just make him shut up.
That only took like how many lives? What's the guy's problem?
He's been up there for days. He's got all of those mines wired to a trigger. He won't let anyone in or out of the alley. If I try to leave, he'll set them off. But I can't stay here any longer.
Why don't you go over and see what he's yelling about?
No. No way. He'll set the bombs off if I go anywhere near him.
Oh, come on, he'll listen to reason. Go talk to him. So I can just like tell this guy to fucking commit suicide. Yeah,
I'd
just
give
leave him
anything
alone.
if he'd just stop yelling.
Time for me to go. So, are we talking about this?
Rise in the north. No, the northwest. For 44 days and 67 nights, and we'll never notice.
Oh, fuck. Okay. So, it must... Okay.
Hungry, so hungry. What? No, I'm not hungry. The worm is hungry. Hungry for me, for you, and for fire.
Mm-hmm. So, I'm dead.
Beware where I shall destroy you with the fire of this small sun before me.
There he
Beware,
is.
worm!
So I think the idea is that if you walk into the open, he sees you and then he blows you up. But because I came from that direction, what?
The sun, it burns! Why does it burn? Why have we put the sun into a jar? What did we do with that jar? We broke it all over our little
Is there any way to get up to him, I wonder? Because this door, there's no door here. Yeah, that explains why going out there triggered the fucking explosions.
A great crack shall open in the earth and swallow the non-believers, and they shall weep, weep, weep.
Shut the fuck up. No, that doesn't work. Well, he's rigged the entire alley to explode. I wonder.
Trees! So many trees! To the north! But be careful, the trees are deadly, and the trees too will be consumed in the belly of the great fat worm!
Shoot the mines. Yeah, that could be one way. I wonder if you can just get them all disarmed though, but I don't necessarily think so.
Not one step further, not one. Come no closer. I'll do it. I'll go.
See, I'm wondering if there's like some backdoor entrance that you can get back behind, because it looks like there's a door entrance up there. But how would you get up here? I mean, I know this is a Bethesda game and all.
1492. Your mother and my mother were hanging up clothes around the mulberry bush.
It's like we would need to get up on this bridge to jump over on that awning or something, somehow get over there on that awning at least. Walk around and then maybe up. I can't exactly get up on this bridge.
To the north. Be careful, the trees are deadly, and the trees
At any rate, it doesn't seem like it anyway. Unless we can climb a pile of rubble over here? I don't remember ever dealing with this guy before, and that's why I'm a little bit unsure. Ah, this fucking invisible wall. Okay, if that doesn't work, what are other options? It's not necessarily the case though that I can walk through there. Nah, it does seem like it's just gonna be like a plank. Okay. I mean, the obvious answer would also be to just shoot the guy. If he can't be reasoned with. But I want to know if there's like a different resolution to this. Although that doesn't seem accessible either.
No, I'm the worm is hungry. Hungry for me, for you, and for fire.
Doesn't seem to be any way to get up there. At least no direct path.
The sky will fall, the
I
earth
don't
will
know.
rise, the
It
stars will
feel a
shine
little
over their
bit
toothy grins and
too
caress the sun with their love.
too convoluted if I had to go down into the sewers to get up underneath that house and get behind him, essentially. Also, these Brotherhood of Steel place, right? Riley's Rangers. Can't remember. Is this where? Oh, we get to. Nah. Ranger compound. Well, let's wait with this for a while. Let's shoot the mines. Okay, I'll try shooting the mines and see what happens. My guess is that they'll just explode. But even if I do that, I mean, unless it triggers some kind of dialogue with the guy. So I'm just curious.
Not one step further, not one. Come no closer. I'll do it. I'll blow us all to hell. All of us. Me, you, and the worm.
A worm?
And he's getting pretty high when he winked one eye and he says, "Hey, where's the little tomcat?"
Trees! So many trees! To the north! Be careful, the trees are deadly, and the trees too will be consumed in the belly of the great fat worm!
Hey, buddy, where's this old tomcat? I can lick him and his brother. The old tomcat come slipping and down.
The sky will fall, the earth will rise, the stars will shine over their toothy grins and caress the sun.
Well, that definitely doesn't work. Got another option. Nigga. Huh.
You don't know, you can't know, little fools. You wish you knew, you wish, but only I know. Only me, only me, only me.
Interesting. I feel like those mines are just there for decoration.
The sky will fall, the earth will rise, the stars will shine over their toothy grins and caress the sun.
They're not even fucking... They're not even planted mines. They're just the mine item.
1492, your mother and my mother were hanging up clothes around the mulberry bush.
They're not scripted, it's just because they weren't, like, thrown down. It's like, you know, if you did this. Like if they were lying on some shelf or something.
In 1492, your mother and my mother were hanging up clothes around the mulberry bush.
Now, where did that mini nuke go to? There was a mini nuke around here and it's not there anymore.
Oh, God, it hurts. My head. Why doesn't it ever stop hurting? Why?
Oh, there it is.
I can hear it moving, pulsing.
I mean, if we pick up every single explosive here, and he still blows us up, then I call fucking bullshit.
The worm is hungry. Hungry for me, for you, and for fire.
Now, there was one more mine, though. Fuck. Wonder where that one went.
Beware, worm, I shall destroy you with the fire of the small sun before me.
Because there were 3 mines, and I picked up 2. The last one, probably the one that was underneath the slide there. Don't see it on the other side.
You don't know, you can't know.
I mean, the fucking mini was blasted all the way over here. Save? See, I might have done a quick save, so...
Trees! So many trees! To the north! But be careful, the trees are deadly, and the trees too will be consumed in the belly of the great fat worm!
See, that is... Did you see that? Those are definitely scripted explosions. Holy fucking shit, man. Damn. What is this quest line? What, or not, like, what is this fucking weird ass situation? So let's just like try and recap. So literally the only conclusions is that we can probably shoot him, or use our charisma to convince this guy into basically get rid of him and himself. Or we can probably shoot the guy from here for a grenade or something. The big bada boom quest. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do.
Make him shut up. Oh. Well, you look like someone who's pretty smart, so if you say so, I'll give it a try. Okay. Here I go.
What? No one is safe. Yeah, I know we can get him to go in there, but still. Ah! I don't think you can survive this. What the fuck is this bullshit? I was just about to fucking say. Dude.
Better her than me.
You've got like I mean, I don't want to set you straight there, buddy, but I'm pretty sure that was a guy, not a her.
It's so quiet. It's so quiet.
That has got to be one of the weirdest fucking things ever. Also, I really want his fucking apparel. Can we? Because he would probably just blow you up as soon as he gets to see you. I mean, they do put these barrels in. Can we? You guys think we can? I mean, it's not the most even of places to do this. But I think it might be possible. Using fucking Bethesda physics, yeah. To be fair, I could also just use Feng Shui to lock them in place, but that wouldn't be fun. Let's do it the Half-Life method. If we can, that is. Because these barrels are super finicky. They're basically like light as a feather. So just the slightest tilt and they go fucking flying all over the place. But you can stand on them, right? Yeah, they do move though. Yeah. Doesn't seem quite feasible. Root. Let's just... What was the fucking... Don't mind me. You guys gotta be as curious as I am. Surely it can't just be me. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so there's like nothing here, and his body is empty too. I guess you could also just blow him to Kingdom Come to get him down from there, I suppose. Don't want to have like... There we go. I was just morbidly curious to see, but nah. I think that's literally the only thing you can do here. My guess is that this is like a way for you to get mini nukes. Simply by sniping the guy. What a bizarre situation, huh? That ended up just eating up way too much time. We'll go and check out Riley's Rangers here. But hey, you guys got some nice explosions. Everyone likes explosions. So... there's no friendly markers in here, so are they just not home? Unless they're all literally inside. Might be because they want to prevent you from them getting into a fight with Talon Company, because they do tend to spawn in when you TP to a location. After all, so if you were to warp here using fast travel, there would be like a bunch of Talon Company over time eventually. The Brotherhood of Steel would come. Then again, all these things are not considered stealing. 26 missiles. Dude. I mean, we're definitely not going down on ammunition. Don't mind if I do. Actually, Toto, if you're here still, do you know if the lock stat affects your looting? Turnout or whatever you want to call it? Or is it just associated to critical hits? Gonna jump. Thanks for the laughs. Have a good one. Talk to you later, Hawkeye. And we'll have that I think there was something you mentioned that we could talk about some other time. Oh yeah, your job situation, all that stuff. We can talk about that some other time. Have a good one. Feels like it, yes? Yeah, it does, doesn't it? I mean, I'm unsure if it's tied to level or if it's tied to your luck stat. I mean, there's also the perks that I have on top of it. But I think you need like a high enough luck stat to get those too, right? The Scrounger perk, most notably. Because the caps increase is definitely, it seems like, consistent. Because ever since I got the ones that increase the amount of caps that appear when I loot things, it's just been like a consistent amount increase. Nice. See ya. Yeah. You always play high luck, always gets rich. I don't think that's necessarily got anything to do with getting rich in this game, though. I mean, the majority of items or value that I find in terms of caps, oh shit, I forgot. If that's what we're talking about. Damn it. Comes from selling weapons and the like. I forgot to tell Eddie to come with me. Oh, there we go. Okay, rich in ammo. I see. Ah, nose is so congested. Give me a moment. Did I not mute the microphone? I hope I did. It's like it's because of the the foam around it, you have to press it pretty hard. Got 229 missiles though. 11,000 value. Holy fucking shit. That's a lot of explosives. So we can get in here now. Yes, some Eddies along with me. Hello? Anybody home? Riley's terminal. Doesn't seem to be anyone around. Current personnel listing, current contracts, and Riley's personal notes. Hope you asked Riley first, you dumbass. I mean, there's no one here, so. Riley, Brick, Butcher, Donovan, and Theo. 5 unavailable. Huh. Okay, so there's some info on them. Current contracts. Mapping contract. Ruins mapping. Terrain and structure mapping for District of Columbia urban sections. Make notes of enemy resistance, weapons caches, strategic positions, retreat points, etc. Provide detailed files in holotape format to buyer. Buyer to remain anonymous and pay via caps left in predetermined spots. Not only to Riley. Wait, are they these guys are not Brotherhood of Steel, are they? I can't remember. Are they just like, are they Talent Company? Branch off or like something similar to that maybe? Eradication of super mutants at Riley's discretion. Buyer will award a varying amount of caps on a per kill basis. Proof of slain super mutants must be provided to buyer before payment is authorized. What else do they have in here? Her personal notes. So how's it again? Okay, it's these ascending order downwards. Okay. Brick and Donovan were at it again today. I swear if I have to break up another fight between the two of them, I'll go crazy. As long as they keep it off mission, I guess I shouldn't care so much. I just want this group to stick together. It's been a month since we lost Dallas and Kira. They were assets to the Rangers, and even though I've taken Theo on board to bolster our numbers, he's hardly a replacement. He's green, but maybe with enough muty blood splashing on his boots, he'll wise up real fast. Okay. Gotten the approval from Mr. Smith for the mapping project. It's going well so far, definitely easier than hunting down muties. The caps have been good, so we'll stick with it unless something better pops up. We had a little bit of a run-in with Talent Company today. Okay, so they're not a branch off. Those pricks always have to start shit with us. Unfortunately for them, Brick was with us. Needless to say, it wasn't long before I heard Eugene's familiar whine, and she started dropping them like flies. We got out of there with no casualties, but I think for now we'll give the Capitol building a wide berth. Butcher and I slept together tonight. Always been kind of flirty with me, but I took it as a typical merc humor. Well, I was wrong. I hope this hasn't jeopardized our relationship on a professional level, but I really wanted to continue. After all, it's been a while since I've been with anyone, and it's nice to know someone out there cares. I think we're going to try and move on to the next sector of the downtown ruins this week. Want to finish Tacoma Park first though. Still a lot of nooks and crannies in that place. Wasn't for the Talon Company and super mutants resistance in the area, we'd be done by now. And the last entry. Well, Theo's been itching to go on a mapping trip, so I'm taking the entire group into Vernon Square. I usually like to leave someone back at the compound, but the sector is brimming with potential loot locations, so I need all the muscle I can get. Butcher is anxious to check out the Our Lady of Hope Hospital and get supplies, while I want to set up a transmitter on the Statesman Hotel. I hear Brick and Donovan going at it again. Better get these guys on the road before another fistfight breaks out. So Vernon Square, and considering the situation, that probably means that they never made it back. Which also probably means that if we go to those locations, we might bump into them or whatever is remaining of them. Interesting. Can't sleep here though. Because they're like sort of own beds or whatever. But I can take all their things without consequence. I can sleep in that one. Strange. Recon armor. Isn't that Brotherhood of Steel armor? Something in my memory tells me that you can get like a specific chest, like combat armor piece. That's like Riley's armor piece or something out of this. If you find it, that is. I just need to recall that that's actually a thing in the game at least. Could be wrong. Wait, when did I pick up a Gatling laser? Might have been one of the super mutants underground when I was just like walking. Can't really get rid of a lot of these. Well, I guess the Talon combat armor for durability isn't necessarily super valuable, so maybe I should go and... How are we doing on time? Actually, I need to kind of cap off the stream today. So maybe we'll have to wait with investigating the rest of the Ranger combat down onto another day. Because I'm also getting a little bit hungry. So it's no surprise. But since you guys were hanging out in chat and stuff, felt like going a little bit longer. After all, I do only stream in the weekends these days, so... I actually look forward every weekend to playing New Vegas, actually. Because I only play it during the weekend now, so... we can probably store that. I don't think I've had a... This is the first Gatling laser I think we found.
No axes, saws, or picks. I'm a going to stay where you sleep all day, where they hung the Turk that invented work in the big rock candy mountain. I'll see you all this coming.
I don't think this recon armor is that... I don't know how good that is. It's probably highly unlikely that it's going to be better than the combat armor, but we can try and repair it and see what it's like at some point. Actually, let's actually do that right now. So the way the armor repair kits work is that you basically equip your armor and then they just affect all the pieces that you have equipped at that point in time when you use them. So let's see, it should be at full operational condition anyway. 28, resistance 8, damage threshold. So yeah, unfortunately not as good. Add it to the collection, I suppose. But instead of me going through the whole sorting process, let's just pop down a save and get out of New Vegas, sadly as it is. Do 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 do. So let's see here. Of course, I will be streaming again tomorrow, though I don't know what game it would be. Maybe Minecraft, because we do have that going on as well. I haven't played on the server for a couple days now because I've been trying to resolve some of the issues with the server and it just hadn't been working out. I don't really have the time to talk about it now though. But I've been trying to address some of the desync issues and such, and I've found out partially why it's happening, but not specifically which or to what degree it's happening, but not particularly which mod it is. Oh hey Demidius, you're coming just at the tail end of the stream there. I'm actually about to end, unfortunately, if you just came in. Thanks, Toto. Good to see you today. I was actually looking towards if there's someone we should raid, but we don't seem to be that many in chat today, so maybe I'll just leave it up to the host system or whatever. But yeah, I'll be on here tomorrow again, and if I don't feel like playing Minecraft, it would probably just be New Vegas. Because I'm really feeling like in a New Vegas mood. And since I only do get to play it in the weekends, you know, 2 days for me is better than 1. Because I really want to play it some more. But yeah, let's just call it there then. And then I hope to see some of you guys tomorrow. And then maybe I can talk about the Minecraft server there. Because it's a little bit of a long-winded explanation and story. But yeah. Thanks for today, and I hope to see you when I see you. And if not tomorrow, then hopefully next week. So, yeah, without further ado, I've been Reagan, and thanks for being with me today, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.